Well. Hello, everyone. Let me just put my headphones on in a second. We let our hair down today, but oh yeah. Oh, while I have it, let's see how long my hair is. Yo, my hair goes to my nipples. Okay, that's how long it's gone. Not that you guys wanted to hear that kind of language or have that in mind. Hello, everyone. Happy Wednesday, July 22nd, almost 7 p.m. I am a little bit early today, I guess, relative to most days. Hold on. Thank you guys for being here so early. I appreciate it. Yo, YouTube chat, you guys are lively to start with. I appreciate that as well. I don't know how much it makes a difference when it comes to the algorithms. How does like a live stream get promoted by YouTube versus Twitch and all that? But I'm assuming if people are typing away in the chat, it can't hurt, right? So thank you guys. Every little bit counts. Who we got here? We got average profile picture, APP, aka average PP, aka average. Oh, I think that's all we go with. Thank you. You said a bit early today. Also, first like, if anyone cares. I care. Thank you. We got Fedorevsky in the chat as well saying howdy. How's it going, Fed? Good to see you. And we got Ayo in the chat saying W live stream here. Good thing I came early. You know what? I am in my mid 30s now, but I'm glad I understand. I think I was here for when that whole community, the L community, or is it? Oh, maybe I wasn't here. But I know people always say W and L in the young generation world. Average profile picture says, like that video, but what song did you use in the intro about 10 seconds in? It was awesome. Ooh, okay. If you can... This is what's the word I'm looking for? Self-promotion. If you can leave a comment in that video asking about the song, then after my stream, I can double check because I have to open up the profile, or I have to open up the software, and then I'll type and I'll respond with the song name in the comments. So that's a win-win. But yeah, thanks for the question. I'll double check and I'll provide it. Then we got King Kruk. Yo, what's happening? Good evening, Sensei. And King Kruk says, "What's good, APP?" Yes. Did you hear my question? Oh yeah, sorry, I responded just a little later. Looking at the FX5 and it looks super meh. Oh, you know what? I was looking for videos to watch today, and I did see a bunch of people talking about the FX5. So you know what? Let's add that to the list of videos. I think I saw, is it Gerald Undone made a video on it? I usually really like his assessment on these things. So we'll see if we can find these videos. And we got Daytor over on Twitch. Yo, thank you, Daytor. Guten Abend. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it for your consistency over on the Twitch. Way ahead of you with the comment thing. Oh, thanks. Okay, I'll check it out after the stream. Let me just get rid of my hair for a second. You know, I did mention this. I'm going to stick to it. When we get to the coveted Twitch partner status, right? When we know we've succeeded with this whole live streaming concept, I will, to celebrate, I will definitely chop off all my hair and we'll do it on a stream, so it'll be fun. And then I'll get a tattoo. I'll get a neck tattoo. I've always wanted to get a neck tattoo or a hand tattoo on the other side, I guess. So that'll be my little celebration. All right. King, average PP says, King, how is 5K open gate meh? Ooh, fighting words. I'm curious. King says, APB, you're out here doing your thing. Shout out to ya. Oh, nice. Oh, I was expecting a fight. Welcome, guys. Thanks for being a part of today's stream. I did start slightly early today. I say that with a little bit of a because initially I've been trying to stream starting at 6 p.m., but a mixture of my sleep schedule and trying to get some work done, it's stretching out a bit longer than always expected. So I never end up being able to stream at 6. I'll see if I can change it up a little bit, because I feel like the times that I stream, I'm like streaming in an awkward time zone, if that makes sense. Like I remember back in the day when I was streaming past midnight here in Dubai, you know, it used to be pretty lively. I forget which time zone it normally hit, but it was kind of fun. Like, and then usually around, I don't know, 7 to 9 p.m. That's when everyone just goes to sleep or it gets quieter. However, just with my work schedule and stuff, or how I'm doing stuff, that quiet time ended up being the perfect time for me to do the streams. So I'm being a bit counterproductive from a stream perspective. So I do need to keep testing out stream times, stuff like that. So any advice is welcome. Anyways, so yeah, we're starting the stream at 7. We got one of my cats hanging out with us today. Look at the lovely Nala doing her thing, making her biscuits, pushing away the pillow, it looks like. So any second that pillow is going to fall off. Yeah. Ooh, okay, let's see how people are talking about this this latest camera. Feder FC says to King, it's basically a mix of the C50 and Panasonic S1 Mark II, but with no photo abilities. Interesting. Okay, I don't know anything about this. With the video quality of the A7R6. Weird. APP is asking, how can it not take pictures? At least it does RAW for a change, says Fed. Guys, like the stream? Yes, of course. Of course, you guys should do that. Fed says, I was not impressed either. I've never used it, so no clue. Okay. Well, damn, it sounds like we do have some good contenders in terms of YouTube videos to put on while we're in edit mode. So actually, while we're talking about that, I did type in FX5. So we've got our boy Mati Hapoya. Sony FX5 review, 5K open gate, 16-bit RAW. Damn, 16, I want that. We waited 6 years for this, so it sounds like he's pretty hyped. Although, didn't he switch to Nikon? Am I going crazy? Or was it his brother? One of them. Didn't they switch to the Nikon recently? Okay, I thought I saw something. I didn't click on it, from Gerald Undone. And I've always found, not that I've seen a lot of, oh, there it is. Sony FX5, a highly optimized sensor. And then it says tested. I found in the sparse amounts of his videos that I've seen, he comes off as very technically adept and sound. So I feel like I would trust his opinions when it comes to any of the technical stuff over the average person. So I think it's worth watching his review. Well, who else should we watch? Sony FX5 is truly next level. Behind the scenes. Yo, guys, this is just showing how little I pay attention to things. Did this just launch or something? Because it looks like all these videos came out within the past hour. Yeah? Product announcement 1 hour ago from Sony. Okay, so I guess we're tuning in right as something big happened. I wasn't paying attention. You know what I should do? I should change my... Yo, we've got Aviator saying good morning. Good morning, good morning. Let me catch up real quick. You know what I should do? I should change my live stream title to Sony FX5 review. That would be the biggest clickbait. Although I guess we're going to be watching videos of people's videos reviewing the camera. But listen, I'll do my best not to be too clickbaity in my lifetime, okay? Fed says, I was not impressed either. I've never used it, so no clue. Says APP. Do Jared Pollin's preview. Oh, I like that guy. His videos don't seem to pop up on my feed anymore. Although this is a live stream channel, so or YouTube account. Sony FX5 preview. It has everything almost. Ooh, that's clickbaity. You know what's more clickbaity is his beard to hair ratio, or the fact that his beard.
Jared.
Too soon. His afro and his beard. It's like where does it go from afro? Where does the beard end and the afro start? I can't tell based on his current hairstyle. I like it though. You know, the guy is one of a kind. But yeah, good morning to you, Aviator. Fed says it's using the sensor of the A7R Mark VI with the binning and downsampling for video, but with faster throughput with a new battery. Also has the dual gain function from the Panasonic S1 Mark II. Okay. APP says, yeah, just launched. Do Jared Pollin's video. They get a time they're allowed to post reviews. Same happens to all cameras. Yeah, no, I totally get it. Listen, like I said, I finally got to be on the other end of that. When the Nikon ZR video, when that got announced, I was one of the select few that got to actually put a video together prior to the announcement. So that was really cool. I mean, listen, I hope to do more of those types of things in the future. I just need, you know what? I hope to be sponsored someday. All right. Once we hit 10K subs on YouTube, and we're almost there. I think we're just like less than 50 subs away from hitting 10K. Then companies I know, I swear, they're just going to start swarming over, flocking over, being like, we want to sponsor your epic videos. But yeah, jokes aside, that was a really cool experience. It's like, okay, you got to release your video, or the announcement's happening here. You should release your video anytime after that. It's up to you, blah, blah, blah. And then, yeah, that was that. They get a time. Yep. So we'll see. The Sony, AEO says, sorry, I was back because I was very invested in your new video. Oh, thank you very much. Never apologize for watching my video. You can watch it 10,000 times if you like. But yeah. APP says, respect the fro bro. Yes, I always respect that. All right, so we've got Jared Pollin, Gerald Undone, and Mati Hapoya's videos locked in for the Sony FX5. So I think we're probably good to go on that. APP says, I got to go to work, but bye guys. King, don't call me APP while I'm gone. I don't even know average profile picture what you prefer to be called. Do you really want to be called average PP? I mean, I guess that's somewhat neutral of a name, so maybe there's no positive or negative connotations to it. But anyways, all right, we're going to watch some of these Sony FX5 videos as a review. Wait, if I actually do that, because we've got at least 3 videos lined up, maybe I should change my stream title, because it wouldn't be clickbait, because I am actually going to do the thing that we said we're going to do. I'm curious if it makes a difference, so I'm going to test that. We're going to test the theory out right now, guys. Will 100 people tune into my live stream if I say something about the Sony FX5? Review watching Sony FX5 view videos while editing my Uganda wildlife photos. In parentheses, shot with Nikon ZR. Yo, that way we were targeting both the Nikon ZR and the Sony FX5 people. Can you believe the trickery? Okay, anyways. Ayo says, also, I give respect for your bravery getting that close, but to be honest, with that much equipment, I'd stay probably 20 to 25 meters away from the chimpanzee. Well, listen, listen, it did attack me, right? Or it did charge at me. So I was clearly not doing the right thing, but I've said it before, they're not actually aggressive towards humans unless you're being aggressive towards them. And me walking behind it wasn't deemed aggressive, thankfully, but I hear your point. You're gonna live a longer life than I will. That's for sure. Fed says it's $6,000 with the handle you need for audio. What? Okay, we gotta watch these videos then. So 4,000 more than the ZR. Yo, you can buy almost 3 ZRs for the price of one FX5. Then you could have a 3-camera interview system with that 32-bit float audio, right? Fed says ridiculous pricing, no 32-bit float internally like the ZR has. ZR is $2,000, Panasonic. Wait, is it actually $2,000 now? I seem to remember when it launched, it was like 2,200 somewhere there, or maybe you're just for simplicity you're rounding it. For $6,000 you can get a real cinema camera, but that's 16-bit. Okay, we need to start watching these videos. This might actually warrant watching in full screen. Let's watch the actual Sony FX5 launch video first, full screen on my screen, and then we'll start editing and watching these reviewers review. So where's the official video launch? Is it what is CVP? No, that's not it. Introducing Sony FX5 cinema line camera from Sony Europe. Is that the official one? I'm assuming all the regions pop out the same thing. Sony camera channel. Okay, let's watch this one then. 10 minutes and 25 seconds? Wait, what? What is going on here? Jesus. Okay, I guess it sounds like this is the official one.
Alpha.
Let me pause my music. Okay, so Fed says it's 6 months old. You can get it under 2,000 also. I'm surprised the prices went down like that. I don't know if surprise is the right word. I guess I don't pay attention often to like how these things change. I've been focused on my YouTube. I got past 370 subs recently, and tomorrow I'll be working on a field trip I've done. Yo, congratulations to you. That's some good work, man. As someone who's also part of the grind, it is well earned. Do not cut corners, Ayo. Put in 10 times the effort, 100 times the effort. Learn every aspect of making these videos. And when you do eventually crack whatever milestones you have, you'll feel like you properly, truly earned it. And no one can take that away, right? Okay, we're going to watch this video now. It's 10 minutes long, though, so maybe I should edit photos while I do this. We'll watch the beginning part full screen because I just want to see how they show the quality of this. So this is from Sony's official channel, I believe. Product announcement, Cinema Line FX5. Wait, how did that work out? So there was an FX3, and then there's an FX6. Is that right? FX3, FX6. And now they're working backwards to an FX5? What am I missing here? How did we go from an... What came first? I'm assuming the FX3 came first, and then the FX6, and now we're going backwards? I don't understand. Okay, let's watch. This is that open gate, yeah? What did they say? It was like open gate 8K or something? Oh, wait here. 5K open gate, full frame 3:2 aspect ratio sensor. I would like to shoot open gate just because listen, my knowledge of cinema stuff is so new, okay? I remember when I got my hands on the Nikon ZR, even as I was shooting with the ZR, I still had no idea what open gate was. It was only after the announcement and as people's videos were coming out and reviews that people were saying like, oh, it doesn't have open gate. It doesn't have open gate. I wish it had open gate. And then I was like, what the heck is open gate? So that's how new I am, how junior I am to this world. But ever since I keep hearing people talk about it, I wish I could try, in the same way I want to try an anamorphic lens just because everyone talks about it. Those are two things I have yet to put my hands on, an anamorphic lens or an open gate camera. So, ooh, I like that. Sorry, Nala. I freaked out my cat. I like that transition. I want an open gate just so I can do this transition in all of my travel videos. You know what? We're going to heavily dissect every video we watch so that I don't get some copyright strike for, watching their videos. Fed says, Oh, sorry, hold on. Fed says you can get it with a lens for 2000 at times. Got it. FX6 is a different kind of camera. FX5 is the new FX3. Really? Yo, you can't do this to me, man. My head is going to explode. What the hell do you mean? If FX6 is a different kind of camera than the FX3, then why call it FX? Why not give it a completely different naming structure? Because then now I'm like, okay, is there an FX4? I'm assuming not, because I only hear about the FX3 and the 6. So are you saying an FX4 is a dumbed down version of the FX6 or the FX5? Or is it an upgrade from the FX3, but it can never reach an FX6 or 5? I don't know. It's like, why? Or are they so... does the team at Sony have like foresight to know exactly which product they're going to launch in the future, where they're like, we know there's going to be a 3, 4, 5, 6, and we want to start with the 3 and the 6, and we're going to eventually do that 5, and then we're going to do the 4, and no more in between. And then we're going to do a different, I don't know. It just doesn't, I don't understand. Smarter people than I clearly were a part of the branding and the naming, so who am I to judge? AO says, I've made, also you should watch my recent videos. I'll send the link in Discord, but I do recommend to decrease your volume for this one. And secondly, don't worry about the copyright. Well, thank you. Yes, pop it in there. And then once we're done with these Sony things, if you can just give me a quick reminder, yeah, will be great. And we can give you a critique as well if you're open to it, or just in general. Fed says, looks soft like the A7R6 binning video. Let me check the resolution I'm watching in. So I'm watching in the full 4K that they've uploaded it in. It does feel soft, for sure. But they're also shooting in like a desert vibe. You said might be the dull grading too. I'm assuming, I mean, this is not the easiest lighting to be shooting in. This looks like almost like Arizona or somewhere. But to shoot in this kind of light, maybe they did it intentionally, in which case, you know what? I applaud them for... instead of like using a very staged opening shot, to use something outdoors with like very harsh looking environment, very ugly, you know, it's like a cloudless sky, browns. This is almost like Dubai kind of feel, right? It's just like a lot of brown and ugly greens. To be showcasing this in the very opening part of your shot, that is brave of them. But in some ways, maybe that you could almost say, if I were to be their PR team, and you know, we'll spitball here, it's a bit of a, we're so confident with the quality of this camera that we want to show all the technically, you know, sound people how powerful this camera is. I don't know. I have a Blazar Talon 50mm. I film without D-squeeze, and I'm not bothered by it. Then I D-squeeze in post. See, you know way more than I do, Aviator, because I've never shot with anamorphic, so I don't even know. I've heard the word D-squeeze. I just don't know what it's like to shoot with an anamorphic, if you need to have an open gate camera to shoot with an anamorphic, or if you have an anamorphic lens and put it onto a non-open gate sensor, what happens? I have no idea. I just literally don't even know step 1 to that. FX6 is a larger camera with built-in ND and so on. FX9 and FX6 is their production level cinema bodies. Oh, there's an FX9. See, I didn't even know that. FX3 is their consumer level cinema body. 5 is now the in-between. But I guess my question still stands. How did they know to start by launching a 3, 6, 9? Are they what's that band called? Is it 369? Something Mafia. What am I talking about? Or is that the song that is the lyrics? Something Mafia 369. Okay, anyways. They're just winging it. Seems all the companies are just winging it with the names. I've seen a lot of videos from it now. It has the same soft binning look of this 7R6. It's a very high resolution sensor, but binned down to half resolution, then downsampled to 4K. Fed, you've mentioned a few times the word binned down. Could you elaborate what that means? I've never heard someone talk about, I've never heard someone use that term for this, so I'm curious. 5K in OpenGate. I edited this in CapCut, but because of the premiums, I had to use some that doesn't need premium, but I think I might as well move from CapCut. Like CapCut's great. I stopped using it as much after, I think Fed, maybe it was you, someone warned me that basically in their new contract that you have to sign, the terms and conditions, they basically just like claim ownership over anything you create from their app. I was like, oh. Anyways. Sorry, I'm laughing. After watching The Odyssey, which was incredible to watch, especially in the IMAX theater, I'm like wondering, are we ever gonna just like, is everyone just gonna start posting in that? What is that format called for that IMAX, that super tall aspect ratio? Can you imagine if YouTube shifts towards that now? Everyone's just like not doing this wide angle 2.4 style with the letterboxing. Oh, there's a term for that, right? I was just learning it. I know about letterboxing. What's the word for when you put the letterbox, or when you put the black bars on the left and right? Pillar boxing? Is that what it's called? I think 70 millimeter IMAX. Yeah. Binning means having the resolution through a process called binning. Okay. Nikon did binning on their first Z6 and NRAW back in the day, also soft looking. Okay. I like the colors here. Dual gain, wide latitude with minimal noise. Now, what do they mean by dual gain? I've never heard that term either. Listen, I don't I don't pride myself in my ignorance, but I also don't shy away from my ignorance. So like I said, I don't know a lot of these cinematography terms. I've heard dual ISO, right? Or having, yeah, like you have a 2 base ISOs or stuff like that. I've never heard the term dual gain. Wide latitude with minimal noise. I guess we'll see when we watch the review videos breaking it down. Rule of thirds. So I'm trying to guess what aperture they used, but I have noticed more and more. I think I mentioned this before, but my favorite TV show currently is The Bear, and from like a drama perspective. And I remember something that stood out to me. They did so many shots in very low light situations, and they were shooting with like the shallowest of apertures possible. So like always one eye is sharp and then everything's blurry, and the moment the subject moves a little bit, it all goes out of focus. I saw The Odyssey did that quite a bit as well. So that kind of breaks from my expectations. My thoughts were always that in Hollywood, you're always like, you got that focus puller who's, or is it called the gaffer or whatever? And their job is to constantly adjust that. So if even in a tight shot like that, you're keeping with the eye throughout. But it seemed like the professionals, or at least in those two movies, the Bear and then The Odyssey, those are two examples I can think of recently, where it seemed like they're completely comfortable with when the subject is close up like this and then they move out of focus so that both eyes are now blurry for a while. It didn't seem like they were frantically trying to adjust the focus to get it back locked into the eyes. So I don't know, maybe it's less important than I thought it would be. King says, meh from me. Man, you guys are harsh critics. I like it. Fed says 14 stops of dynamic range in dual gain means they are, wait, I thought I read somewhere that it was 16 stops, no? 14 stops of dynamic range in dual gain means they are basically combining 2 frames at once, one for shadows, so it's like an HDR style thing. One for shadows, one for highlights, results in bad rolling shutter, huh? Panasonic S1 Mark II does it too. They finally caught up with the competition at twice the price. Sony colors, thumbs down. Back screen, thumbs down. Raw format remains to be seen. CF Express Type A, thumbs down. Aesthetics of the camera, thumbs down. And then it's Sony, so thumbs down. Damn. Okay, those are fighting words. Let's keep watching them. The biggest comment I have so far is ever since shooting with that 32-bit float, I don't want to ever go back to a camera that doesn't have that control over your audio. And that's more just in line with because of the type of shoots that I do with the crazy dynamic audio changes that could happen in the wild and whatever else. Ain't Sony kind of good? Asked AO. Yeah, listen. We got some harsh critics over there. I'm not that. I'm not a Sony hater. Okay. Now, as a Nikon shooter, I obviously hope that Nikon constantly, outshines wherever possible. But, competition's good. Aviator says, what's interesting is if we use an autofocus lens and it goes out of focus, we are hypercritical. But when using a manual focus lens and things are out of focus, it's called art. Yeah, maybe. There's something to what you just said. If it's an option you can do, you can have better dynamic range and good rolling shutter in regular mode and then higher dynamic range and bad rolling shutter in the other. Gotcha. Again, bold choice to be filming all of this in like such a brown desert vibes. Image stabilization, 5-axis stabilization, dynamic active mode. That means nothing to me. I feel like every camera I see always says the same thing, like a 5-axis stabilization. See, I like this lighting, or this looks good. It is a bit soft, but it could just be the resolution. Compact and lightweight, 643 grams, body only. What does that compare to, like, okay, let me compare that to the Nikon ZR. Nikon ZR body weight. 540, and then what was this one? 540 without battery and memory cards. This is 640. Okay, so it's about 100 grams heavier. Got it, got it. Okay. Man, why is this guy so pissed? Ooh. See, now we did learn something before. As I study cinematography, filmmaking, you know, casually, not like in a proper certified way. I did learn, right? It's like this is a specific technique where you break the thirds, the rule of thirds, or I guess it's not breaking the rule of thirds, but by placing him towards the edge, it creates a more tense shot, or it exudes more like of a tense vibe. Because now he's like staring straight into a wall, so you get a little bit claustrophobic. So this is a shooting technique when you want to convey a feeling of angst or stress or tension or something, right? Fed says, on Airy Alexa, you just have dual gain all the time and great rolling shutter both at once. Is that the competition? Like, yeah, oh yeah, I should have asked this. So what is this trying to compete against? So if the price point is 6,000, how much is the Sony FX6 then? Holy shit! Is the Sony FX6 more than $6,000? I didn't realize that. I'm assuming it's more pricey than the 5. I didn't understand Sony systems before, but now I do. I love it. Better control. I like Sony. I mean, I have no problems with Sony's quality. I've always had an issue with their interface, like their UX UI when it comes to like managing, like navigating their menu system and all that. It was like the most trash. It was so bad. I think some people said they improved it. I don't know. But you said better control. What's called clinical is just open air for control to make footage however you want. I appreciate that. One thing I really liked about my buddy has a Sony FX3, and he showed me there's like a really nice mobile app to control like every aspect of your camera remotely. And I wish Nikon would do that. Shout out to Swiss Army Cinema. He did show me, and I downloaded something that's supposed to do something similar, but it's like a third-party solution that's still beta testing. But I wish Nikon did have a better remote app solution. Fed says the lighting and shots have nothing to do with the camera. It has the XOCN Sony RAW, but I don't know what flavors yet. It competes with Blackmagic and some red cameras at that price. Okay. Why are you crying, bro? Internal XOCN 16-bit scene linear files. Okay. That means that means nothing to me. It feels soft on her face, but that could just be the lens they're using, or I don't know, anything. What is going on here? High frame rate up to 5K 120 frames, 4K 240 frames. Damn. Now that is... I wish... Wait, what does the ZR have? The ZR has 6K 60 and then 4K 120. So if I could have 4K 2... And then also with that crop, right? So you also get a little bit of crop at that. I would love to have this yeah, 5K 120. That's pretty damn good. AI subject recognition, human pose estimation technology. Now, I always hear how amazing Sony's autofocus features are. If Nikon, here's my real thoughts. If Nikon said we got an AI-based autofocus system, I'd be like, okay, that's interesting. It'd be interesting to test out. But if Sony has it, I almost feel more confident, or I would be more excited to see what that means. Like, how actually accurate is it? Yo, we got third floor draft in the Twitch side saying 16-bit depth equals more dynamic range. That I note. I believe the ZR was like 14-bit. Is that right? No, 12. 12. It's a 12-bit, I think. Oh my God, now the numbers are all jumbling up in my head. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 12-bit. So I'm curious how great, 16-bit would be so much fun to work with, all else equal. That means raw. Gotcha. AO says, wait, quick question. Are you the type of person who is into sharpness or softness? Or does it depend on the situation scene you're in? Ooh, that's a good question. It is very dependent. Like, it's very scene dependent. What I was pointing out was more, there was a moment where it felt unnaturally soft, like right on her forehead and along her nose and stuff. This I'm not a fan of, because it looks very much like it looks digitally altered. You know what I mean? And so maybe they had to do that because of the noise, or I have no idea. But to me, this softness I'm not a fan of. I don't mind softness in general. I also don't think it's great when everything is sharp either. So, and when it comes to photo editing, I have been leaning more towards doing soft across everything. So yeah, it kind of changes. Looks noise reduced to high heavens. Yeah, thank you, Fed. Exactly. It's plastic skin. Yeah, so her face right here feels very plasticky. That's the right term to use, I think. You want detailed, not really sharpness as much. You want texture. This is a lack of texture in all these shots. Looks like plastic. Yeah, and this is where, as I've been playing more with Dehancer and like the film emulation stuff, I have been starting to appreciate more when there's noise in the shot. So I think the complete absence of noise also makes you realize the value of noise. So yeah, I think I've been playing around with it more. Because you know what it is? Now, especially with all this AI-generated art and videos and stuff, that very plasticky look is a very AI-generated look now. Because it almost feels like AI is trained to always have a clean shot. That's how it feels sometimes. So it feels less natural. This one, okay, at the bottom it says 5K 32 X OCN 120 frames per second and 4K 240 frames per second recording will require a future firmware update. Ooh, okay. That girl for a second was reminding me of the actress from Obsession. Great movie, by the way. There's a lack of texture. Yeah, exactly. 3 base ISO. Okay, interesting. It's got 3, 800, 4000, and 12800. What does the Nikon ZR have? It's got 800. No. Yeah, 800 and 6400. Damn. I am not understanding the story, I gotta say. I have no idea what's going on here. Okay. I mean, it's impressive for the low light. Fett says, like the new Canon cameras, they were first with 3 base ISO. So Sony again catching up. Gotcha. Well, listen, I want Nikon to have that too, right? Although I guess since they acquired Red, I don't know. Do the Red cameras have 3 base ISOs? This shot's pretty good. Now, there's a lot of banding I've noticed on some of these, but I don't know if that's avoidable or not. But there's been a decent amount of banding across some of their low light shots. Lighting the way forward. Oh boy. So one of you guys said you're not a fan of the aesthetic. I think I will agree with you just from this one mock-up that they've got here. I usually like that kind of grungy like metal. I usually like this kind of, what do you call this, like gunmetal? Is that the term? I'm usually a fan of this. But for some reason I feel like this grip, the black rubberized grip, it doesn't, in my, just literally from watching all of like 10 frames of this image here, they don't complement each other too well, in my opinion, right now. Like, I kind of wish they would just have stuck to this gunmetal silver all the way. But we'll see. Hold on. Cinema look, operability, reliability, expandability. Man, this reads so much like corporate. This makes me not miss my corporate days where it's like you have to make these presentations and it's like, okay, we need one word to represent, and it's always got to be in 3s or 4s, and it's like operability, reliability, expandability. See, they kind of effed up here because like if I was reviewing this as a presentation, I would have said you need to change this first word because it all has to follow the same ility, like, you know, ability. So they messed up with that word there. From the looks of it, she looks very plastic also. For the critiques, I don't think the cameras have the effects on how you shoot it, unless if you're actually into photography and you start learning. Yeah. Fed says they needed to light this shooting at 12,800 probably, so the FX3, there's no real details in darker scenes like this. AO says, like the iPhone, for example, since I technically use it, it has decent stability with fair adjustments to choose. Yeah, I guess because of its autofocus, that ruins things, but overall it's good. High ISO base is never a good substitute for lighting your scenes correctly, unless you're running, gunning at an event or something. Also, when they said reliable AF, the first I thought of it saying reliable as, yeah, that's kind of how it reads. Every time I see that term, that's what I think as well. Engineered to deliver authentic natural images, okay? 5K full frame, fully stacked CMOS. You know what? I'm going to mute this audio because I'm assuming it's going to get me somehow. BioNZ XR2 engine with integrated AI processing. Okay. That means nothing to me. Designed with cinema-proven DNA and color science. Again, right now, I'm just not a fan of the grip coloring. Yeah, I'm just not a fan of these two colors combined. King says the plastic look from Sony was not ever something I could jive with. I didn't know that was its reputation at all. Fed says this is not a cinema look and it does not look natural. Okay, let's keep going. Comprehensive image scan modes, including open gate. Only available for XOCN recording. Otherwise, it's what? 16:9, 17:9, and then 16:9 S. I'll be honest, I don't know what most of these things mean besides the aspect ratio. Okay, so it does the typical 3840 by 2160 pixels, but then they also have an upscaled version. So I'm assuming this FF 16:9 is like the upscaled. So, okay. I think this is more powerful than the Nikon, because like the Nikon ZR, usually it is you get an upscaled version. I don't know if upscale is the right way, the right terminology, but I know usually when you film in 16:9, you have the option to increase the amount of pixels that you're using. I forget the terminology for it. Okay, comprehensive image scan modes, including open gate. I like this effect. I want to use this effect in my videos, but first I need an open gate camera. Before grading, exceptional grading flexibility designed to maximize the sensor's wide latitude. Okay. I feel like at this point we can probably skip the rest of the video and start watching the reviews. Unless something else comes up. Let's see. Lightweight file sizes eliminates the need for external raw data recorders for maximum mobility. Okay, I think the rest of this we can skip. I'm going to be honest with you guys. More so than what you guys are talking about with the quality, the look and feel. The thing that's bothering me more than anything is I don't know what the hell we just watched. Like, I don't know what story we were watching. And that's pissing me off. Like, yeah, what was I just watching here? We have a lady on a desert road passing by a phone booth. So it's just like very random stuff. Passing by a phone booth at a motel. Books a room in the motel. Looks forlorn or something. I don't know the right word for that. Shows her happy. Okay, so now, okay, this might be me and I wasn't paying attention. So it might to get that she's thinking about her lover or maybe an ex or something, maybe. The happy times when they were together. But then things went south. And it was recent because they were on the same desert, like it's the same desert environment. So somewhere they got into an argument and now he's alone and he's upset. And so they got into such an argument that he kicked her out of the car, or she got out of the car and decided to walk on a desert highway to a motel. What a shitty person to allow that, first of all. And then he's so upset, he's crying or whatever, and then she's at a diner. But then something happens. She looks outside, something so urgent that she's willing to smash a cup of glass and not even... I think she's worse than him because... if I did that, you would stop running and turn around and clean up your mess. You left it for the waitress? Okay, not cool, man. So then she rushes out. What did she see that made her so panicky that she had to jump out and then start searching? Where the hell did she get that lantern? I have too many questions now. And then he's also going somewhere random and stops to look, lighting the way. This is pissing me off, man. I don't know what I just watched. That's what I'm saying. Okay, anyways. I think it's time for us to watch the review videos, probably.
Boys and
we got the Mati Hapoya and then the other two. Hold on. All right. Ayo says, I'm not really a fan of the colors also. It looks kind of flat. I won't go that far, guys. Or like, I don't think my eyes are trained enough. I don't think my eyes are sensitive enough or trained enough to really know what is considered good colors. When I saw it, besides the plasticky look, I was okay with the colors, at least in that video. I thought it was like, you know, I wouldn't be able to tell. Maybe on a big monitor. I'm not sure. Like, to me, it seemed okay. Or I didn't see anything that was noteworthy of like, yo, this is trash. Like, could it be better? Possibly. But they also chose to show half this video in the desert where you're not going to get really good light, or like you're not going to get good colors, right? So I don't know. Fed says, yeah, the baked in noise reduction and sharpness is not a look I enjoy. Saying to King, Sony finally added the typical crops of a Panasonic, Fuji, or Blackmagic camera. Okay. Fed says, I was told by Gerald Undone and the Sony rep that nobody needs open gate. Is that what he said? Ayo says, okay, that clip with the ISO 800 was kind of decent. Fed says, only $6,000. That is kind of crazy. $6,000? Only $6,000, Yobel, and you can shoot plastic chimps in your near future. Yeah. Sony rep. Ayo says, this kind of resembles of her past regrets or something that happened between them both. So, I strongly disagree with you, man. Because, hold on, let me read what you said. This kind of resembles her past regrets or something that happened between them both. So the girl tries to not think about it, which is why that she is at a state like that, maybe she saw a reflection. I mean, I get what you're saying there, but what I'm saying is that both perspectives, the dude and the girl, they're both in the same ballpark region. They're both in a desert somewhere. So it's not like something that happened years ago and she's like thinking back to a long lost love or something. It's like, yo, she just got kicked out of a car recently, or she chose to pack up her shit and then walk, whereas he, you know, is still in the car. So it is like, oh, when we're saying in the past, we're talking like maybe minutes ago or like a day ago. I don't understand this. It's bothering me. Ao says, or what she had done or what mistakes she had made, so she tries to find his love back. So this is his husband. So basically they're trying to retry and rethink. Listen, I mean, I get that. I get that's what they're going with. It's like clearly a love story where these two used to be lovers and then they got into a fight and now they're separated. And obviously that's why he's crying and upset. And then they're both rushing towards the light. But none of that makes sense to me because it wasn't like they rushed towards each other. Yeah. I don't get it. Ao says, holy philosophing. Yeah. Aviator says, colors can always be changed. Colors at this point is a choice. Tech is so good. Yeah, I think it's a good point. I think the colors, you leave it to the artist, let's say. Fed says, didn't they shoot at that diner for the Blackmagic 6K full frame? It looks so much better in those shoots. Oh, is this like a famous location to do these shoots from? It looks so much better in those shoots, both dark and bright shots. That camera uses a 10-year-old Sony sensor. Okay. Fed says, you can change anything, yeah, but you want to have a good starting point so you don't have to do a lot of fixes before you even start grading. I agree with that as well, Fed. I think the things that I would care most about, definitely the dynamic range, and given I usually don't shoot with gimbals, anything that helps with the image stabilization is like a huge, huge win for me. All right, let's see Mati. We'll start with Mati's video, and then we've got at least 2 others. In the meantime, I do want to keep editing my photos. So let me see, where did we end off? So these are the chimp shots, and then yesterday, okay, so this is what we did yesterday, right? We worked on some of the road shots, and that's where we stopped. So I'm gonna work on one of these photos. I'm not sure which one, because this one's like, this one just has a bit more energy to it, but I think we'll stick with this one here, and I'll do a tight crop and then see what happens. Okay, as I edit, we're gonna watch this video. We'll pause a lot. It has basically the same dynamic range as the Panasonic S1 Mark II when using the dual gain mode on both. I would love to hopefully see Lumix level in body image stabilization with a camera-sized body of something like the ZR or the Sony A6700, says Aviator. Fed says, Gerald Undone tested it for his video. Okay.
Girls, here it is, the Sony FX5, the camera that we have all been waiting for years. It's here.
For years.
The FX5 has a completely new 16.6 megapixel full frame sensor and new Bion's XR2 processing engine that lets you shoot in 5K OpenGate 3x2 in 16-bit linear RAW. It produces an image better than any other prosumer camera I've ever seen in my life. With 15 stops of dynamic range, beautiful colors, rich detailed, no over-sharpened 50 megapixels, the image is the best thing about this camera. We get a 3.5-inch 4-axis vari-angle monitor, 96 kilohertz 32-bit float audio, which I think is a first in a camera.
Wait, I thought you guys said it wasn't 32-bit float? What am I missing here? Or he's saying there's 32-bit. I thought one of you guys said there wasn't.
Kilohertz 32.5-inch 4-axis vari-angle monitor, 96 kilohertz 32-bit float audio, which I think is a first in a camera. Forget dual base ISO, we get a triple base ISO for even crazier low light performance. 4K 120 frames per second, and in the future 4K 240 frames per second in RAW, in pretty much the same size body as the FX3. I've only had a couple of days with it so far, and I've been testing it every single day in so many different situations to give you guys all the information I can and show you all of the footage. And for me, I already know after 6 years of testing camera after camera, I'm fully replacing my Sony FX3 with the brand new Sony FX5.
I guess he's got $6,000 lying around. Fed says, speak for yourself, Mati. No internal 32-bit float. You need the handle. Why it costs $6,000? It's a bit cheaper without the handle. Oh, okay, that's what you were saying. So the handle is what allows you to get 32-bit float? Man, I have no idea. I didn't know that was a thing. Hold on. Okay, let's keep watching.
Wow. This is what we've been waiting for. This is a big moment.
No
Oh,
way,
hey.
it's real.
It's that guy. It's Luke. Luke Forsyth. I like him a lot.
Wow. This is what we've been waiting
This guy.
for. This is a big moment.
This makes me wish this makes me actually think, like, do I need to move back to the States? Because, you know, obviously I'm small fry, but if we can continue growing our channel, the thing, I mentioned this before, but the thing that's missing for me is like the ability to collaborate with other like fellow photographer, YouTubers, and people in that kind of space. There just doesn't seem to be many others like that in Dubai, at least, or at least I just need to do a better job of networking. But yeah, or I can build a community out here. We'll see.
No way, it's real. What am I supposed to do with my Nikon ZR now?
Oh,
That's a win. Yeah. That's the dorkiest thing to be excited about.
You like it?
To me, it's the camera that you need. It's not really the camera that you want.
Okay, so let's get into it, all of the nitty-gritty details, because I know you want to know everything you can, just like I would if I was hearing about this camera for the first time. And I have so much to say already. And yes, I am filming in 3x2 open gate 5K 16-bit linear raw right now. I've never done that for A-roll, but I had to go all out for you guys. Let's first talk about the image quality, because I think that is the biggest story here. The FX5 has a 16.6 megapixel full frame stacked Exmor RSC mode.
okay. So 16.6 megapixel. That's smaller than most, right? I'm trying to think, because what is the ZR? It's like 24, and then I thought the others are like bigger than that. Fed says, yeah, only the ZR has internal 32-bit float. The others need a handle or a big block you attach to the camera. Fed says, what a fanboy. Yeah.
Image sensor and a new Bion's XR2 processing engine with integrated AI processing. This sensor has an even higher readout speed than the FX3, so even though it's not global shutter, we should have better rolling shutter than the FX3, which was already really good. There was basically no complaints there. The craziest part here is that we get 16-bit linear raw, which they call XOCN, and we get 3 different flavors of it. We get the LT, the C1, and C2. When it comes to the big cinema cameras in the Sony lineup, the LT is the smallest file size codec, so we actually now get 2 smaller ones than they've had before. The XOCN RAW comes from the highest end cinema cameras that Sony produces, and if you were impressed with the Nikon ZR 12-bit RAW, well, this is 16-bit RAW, which is crazy because it wasn't too long ago that we only had 8-bit, and now we're getting 16-bit RAW in a tiny.
I want 16-bit. How do I get 16-bit? I gotta talk to Nikon and be like, yo, are you coming out with a new cinema camera? That, you know, I know you just launched one, but can you launch another one that's got 18-bit?
Camera like this. So the C1, they're saying, is about 25.
Okay, what is the actual difference between, let's say, because my understanding is like it's pretty drastic, the difference between like a 10-bit versus a 12-bit. Like, what is the difference in quality between a 10-bit versus 12-bit file footage in layman's terms? Bit depth, yes, okay. So 10-bit captures over 1 billion colors, while 12-bit captures over 68 billion. And that's like between a 10 and a 12-bit. So then what is the difference in quality between a 12-bit versus a 16-bit? Difference comes down to the number of available colors and how smoothly transitions look. While 12-bit footage captures over 68 billion colors, 16-bit captures over 281 trillion. What the fudge? In practice, you won't see a difference on a standard screen, but 16-bit gives editors massive flexibility to aggressively tweak colors without the image falling apart. Core differences, a 12-bit file tracks around 4,096 shades of red, green, and blue, while a 16-bit has a staggering 65,000 shades for each of those colors. The banding factor. If you look at a blue sky, 12-bit does a great job. However, if you add heavy contrast, interesting. So the moments where I mentioned I saw some like banding, like in the sky shots or whatever, what I maybe failed to recognize is that now if we were to do the same shot with a 12-bit camera, there would be more banding, perhaps. 12-bit might cause the sky to look like chunky steps of color. 16-bit mathematically prevents this, keeping gradients incredibly smooth. I did see the banding though. But maybe it's because once you have to compress it into a YouTube video, maybe stuff happens. Okay, point is, I want a 16-bit. Fed says Nikon has several cinema cameras with 16-bit. They are called Raptor and Komodo. Fed, you should know by now. That's how little I know. Even if you tell me tomorrow, or you said it today, I'm going to forget tomorrow.
5% smaller file sizes. In the C2, they haven't quite decided how small they're gonna make it yet. But here's a comparison of all the different codecs of the FX5, and there's an FX3 clip in here. I'm curious, can you guys see the difference once it's on YouTube? It's been compressed and all that stuff. Because I did this test with both Tyler and Spencer, and they could definitely see the difference between all of them. And Tyler isn't like the most filmmaker person, and he could still see the differences. All right. Time for test, Spencer. Can you tell the difference between these? Let's play it for a second here. Can you see the difference?
Is this all FX5?
You tell me. You should be able to see some difference, no?
Some sharpening. I mean, this one looks like the FX3 for sure.
Bingo.
Did you like manipulate it in any way?
Same color grade, same everything on top of them.
Okay, this is the best bitrate for sure.
Correct, yeah.
And then all of these kind of look the same except for this one. This one's like kind of soft, and then these ones are probably raw. This is probably H.265. That's my guess.
Yeah, good guess, good guess. I'm actually surprised that you're able to. Tyler said the same thing. Well, he's a little bit.
Our faces are right next to the screen.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And they're not compressed through YouTube, so.
Right, yeah, we're looking at the raw footage.
Yeah,
so.
I'm curious what the people will see, but so far, I can see the difference for sure. Tyler has seen the difference, and Spencer has called it exactly.
Fed says bit, not but. Yes. We should all be clear on that. Cyronius in the chat saying, what up, Stinky? Well, shout out to you, my friend. We're just watching some of these videos about the recent Sony FX5 announcement. So we watched like the official video from Sony that kind of broke it down. And now we're watching Mati's video, and then we've got Gerald Undone and Jared Poland to watch. So far, at least in my community, I guess, like we got some haters in the chat, which I'm all for, by the way. I like the critiques, but at least on paper, I'm kind of like, man, 16-bit, that's kind of crazy. Actually, that's the only thing on paper I'm thinking of right now. There's many things that can cause banding, 16-bit or not. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. Like, okay, could have just been like something as part of like the editing process or the exporting process. But how's it going, Cyronius? Happy Wednesday to you.
So there is a difference. There's a massive difference between the FX3 and then the rest of them, like massive. And the FX5 just has such rich, beautiful detail. Now, when it comes to the different codecs of the FX5, they're a lot closer, which to me is a good thing. It would kind of suck if you always had to film at the highest raw codec to get like a good image. I love that the H.265 still looks really good to me, but when you blow it up on a big monitor, you can definitely see the difference between the raw clips and the H.265 clips. But when it comes to the raw clips, I feel like the LT is definitely the best. You can see the difference, but there's not as drastic of a difference between the C1 and the C2, and very little difference between the C1 and C2. So file sizes, you've seen the quality now.
This is my like very unscientific. I did a 10-second clip with each of the codecs. The LT in 5K comes in at 600 megabits per second. So 6 times what you're used to on your A7S III or FX3 or whatever. The C1 comes in at 450 megabits, so 4.5 times ish. The C2, 360 megabits. And then the H.265 is 160. It's like kind of double-ish to go raw from H.265.
That's not that bad though, considering the quality jump.
That's what I mean. Like, it's not like on like the Nikon ZR and stuff where it's like 30 times the data. Like 2 times is not that bad. Do you think with these data rates you would actually use RAW?
Yeah, I'm thinking, is this the new standard right now?
I think most people are just gonna start shooting.
I think file size would make a big difference for me. Like I know Fed, you mentioned the same thing. I'm hoping Nikon will create like that more compressed version or something. So yeah, because that's like the biggest thing that's important for me. One of the biggest things when I'm doing my type of shooting, which is like travel based, is knowing that I have limited storage space. And so yes, I can always invest more money in bigger file like memory cards and stuff, but ideally you don't want to. Oh, my cats. I thought it looked like they were about to fight. Well, at least we got Kimbap's ass on camera and his blurry face. We'll see if he hangs out with us. Now, with the savings, by spending $2,000 on the ZR as opposed to $6,000, technically, with that extra savings, you can purchase extra memory cards. So, win-win. Cyrene says, happy hump day. I got to take a couple of MacBook Pros to the Apple store in a few hours. Ooh. Hopefully it's not too damaged or something. Fed says, you make a mistake when grading using a lot of nodes and you get banding no matter the bit rate, but 12 and 16 is hard to break. I use a lot of nodes, so maybe that's something I should keep in mind. Fed says, for example, if you use the wrong transform for your files, you get issues like banding much easier. There's so many ways to break an image. Yeah, the LT flavor of Sony X OCN is a nice smaller file size. Gotcha.
Everything on C2.
Also, considering that the files have been really smooth for playback.
I was just gonna say, 5 clips, 5K, full res with color grade, plays perfect.
Yeah.
Not a single frame drop. That is like from this test, that was the biggest takeaway. I'm like, holy crap! You can use the raw H.265. You can see not
What's
a single
the
frame drop. 23.976. Full quality, everything.
Okay, but now try that with 120 frames.
Is playing perfectly. Even if I stop again, it plays like almost immediately. That's a big deal.
The biggest takeaway for me was having 5 clips that are 5K and 4K all stacked together, raw and H.265, and all of it playing perfectly. That makes such a big difference. Like, it doesn't matter if you have an amazing color science and codec that looks so beautiful and it's 16-bit raw, but in your editing program, it's just like, and you're trying to edit. It's just a nightmare. You're never gonna use that codec, and you're gonna have to do proxies if you do it. It's a nightmare. All of these codecs, you can play perfectly fine in DaVinci, and I was using like a beta version of it. That being said, I am on the latest and greatest Apple Silicon, so yeah, I'm not sure exactly at what point it might start to slow down.
No way, it's real.
It was already really good, so yeah, it's just nice to have options, but to me it's not like I'm gonna get this.
I think I skipped ahead somewhere. Where were we? Ah, yeah, it's like right around here.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It's not using many nodes in itself. It's when using a lot, there's a bigger chance you mess up. Yeah, I agree with you.
Exactly at what point it.
Wow.
Dreamed it would be.
Oh my god. I swear I thought it was like an AI image when I first saw it, like that FX5.
Yeah, I just taped it on there.
Yeah. This is amazing. What am I supposed to do with my Nikon ZR now?
Well, this thing films 16-bit RAW with 3 different flavors, so like way more compressed, so it's actually like usable
better.
on projects.
Yeah.
I think-
Sony's just figured it out now.
I think they want to keep the FX3 as like a staple.
Yeah,
And then you can have even better if you want.
I mean, I just put this in my hands and I'm sold. Come on.
You want to try it out?
The ring.
Give it a go?
Is it crazy file size?
So they
You're
have
in the market for a Venice.
Again, I'm so jealous to meet all these other photographers, filmmakers. I need to build a community out here. That's what I'm trying to say.
Now you can.
I know. Now I just
Yeah.
this. Like,
It's Exocian LT, which is like fairly big, but then
Okay.
there's 2 smaller versions.
you like it?
Bittersweet for me. It is the camera that we've all been waiting for, and I feel like there's no like big wow factor. It's just like, oh yeah, this is what we wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Check.
Great.
Check. Check.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
The 16-bit colors just look so good that you can really see them in this clip of Tyler with the kind of decorations behind his head. The colors all stand out so much. I've never seen detail and colors like this from a prosumer camera. And we get OpenGate 3x2. Some people might be like, what's the big deal? Look how beautiful this looks. It looks like it's like medium format or something. And then you can shoot an anamorphic and all this stuff. The resolution is 499 2 by 3328. The only catch here is that you cannot shoot in OpenGate unless it's in RAW. You have to use the RAW codecs. Now they will have a firmware update later on where you can shoot in XAVC-I. I think it might just...
I always feel like I'm missing something. If you're going to spend $6,000 on a camera like this, why would you not always shoot in RAW? Like, would it... I'm trying to understand the logic behind it. I'm assuming there are times when you obviously can't, maybe. But it's like, if you're going to spend that kind of money, I'm assuming you want to always get the best quality out of it. Fed says the IBIS doesn't work in all modes in this camera. I think for anamorphic or something. I was watching Cam Mackey's video earlier. He was mentioning it, but I was also eating some nice Greek chicken. Yeah, that could distract you. The colors just look like any camera shooting RAW, and Mati has way too strong, bright colors on all his shots, no matter the camera he uses. I mean, he did mention prosumer, right? So if you're in this prosumer, the assumption I'm having is like whether you're spending $6,000 for this or $2,000 for the ZR, if it's all kind of in the same bucket of a prosumer model where, you know, you're not using these cameras for, you know, crazy, you know, $100,000 budget, whatever, like professional shoots or something like that. I have no idea. Like if you're saying prosumer as in like it's more casual use, maybe for like travel vloggers like myself, things like that, then and also if it's meant for YouTube, like, so when I think of prosumer, I'm thinking someone who's creating content to place on YouTube as opposed to on the big screen, you know, that needs to have like 8K resolution or higher or whatever. I don't know, like those kind of things, right? So then if it's all going to go into a YouTube video, or I guess maybe even like eventually doing some short film stuff, I think I can see where some of this is overkill. But like, man, with my lack of experience or usage, I've enjoyed that ZR. And to say that that cost a third of the price of some of these upcoming cameras or whatever, and then, you know, able to still end up with quality that I didn't really have to work hard to get towards. Like I was able to get some really clean captures without extra effort and without me, like my talent having to shine. So that's where it's like, yo, a $2,000 camera can do that for me. And then the extra savings I put into other stuff, to me, it's hard to beat that model. Like at the end of the day, price is price. $6,000, man, that's crazy. I would rather buy 2 ZRs so that I could dual wield when I travel, as opposed to having one FX5. Yeah. The colors just look like, prosumer, he means all mirrorless. Prosumer, gotcha. A consumer that makes money filming, a professional consumer, yes. I put myself in a prosumer-esque world.
Be 4K, I'm not sure 4K or 5K, but as of right now, you can only shoot an OpenGate 3x2 in the RAW codecs. And great news, we get D-Squeeze built into the camera. Bad news is it disables the autofocus. So there's some really nice lenses out there, like these Blazar Talon autofocus anamorphic lenses, which would be so good for this camera, except you lose autofocus. So if you want to monitor D-Squeeze footage in camera on the monitor, you're gonna lose autofocus. And so I was literally filming all of these clips with D-Squeeze turned off because I didn't mount an external monitor. And so that's a pretty big bummer. I'm not sure if they can update that in firmware and fix that. I know it's a little bit of a niche thing, but I think this is gonna be more and more of like a common use thing where people are shooting in autofocus anamorphic lenses, especially as we get more and more cameras that have open gate. I'm not gonna go into all the details about anamorphic lenses, but basically you're using the whole sensor and then squishing it down. So you're using all of the data of the sensor to get a better image.
Saroni says, so the ZR does have some limitations for sure, but it's still a great camera for the cost. Yeah, I think that's always been the bargain, right? It's like, it's not to say that the ZR is going to revolutionize the ability to make films. It's more just the fact that $2,000, really? Or at the time it was like, what, 2,200 or so? So it's like, to have that quality at that price was always, to me, such one of the biggest value. It's like, in a funny way, because we keep using the word gate, an open gate, it felt very much like it's removing the gate, right? The gatekeeping that happens when it comes to who can create professional quality level videos. And it's like, well, the people who can spend $6,000 or whatever, like crazy amount of money to get the gear necessary. And all of a sudden here comes a ZR that says, we can get you the body for a fraction of that cost. And now all of a sudden it's like allows people to actually hopefully, and especially with the red color science and everything, I was like, oh damn, that's great. But yeah, I'm sure, obviously there are cameras that are more powerful and stuff, but Fed says there's not some magical colors in the 6000 Sony you don't get with the ZR or a Blackmagic 4K. The colors look exactly the same as the Sony A7R6, which does not even shoot RAW, I think is what you're saying. The color fidelity difference compared to the Sony A7R6 is in how you can push it in post. Yeah. Don't disagree with any of that. Like I said though, I would love to try shooting with a 16-bit camera. I just want to see the difference. You know what I mean? But like that higher dynamic range, that is nice to have. For my type of shooting. Like I did notice when I took that ZR out for the first time, and when I was shooting against just against the sky, sunset, whatever, I remember those moments where I was like, yo, this is actually crazy. It's noticeable that I'm able to get more dynamic range. I'm not getting a blown out sky or fully black, pitch black shadows and stuff. So anything that helps with the dynamic range, I'm a big fan of.
And at the same time, the aspect ratio doesn't become just like a sliver. This was all 1.5x squeeze anamorphic, so it's still kind of like widescreen format, but it's not crazy widescreen. We also get 17:9, but again, you have to shoot in RAW, except we do get XAVC in 4K. So you can do that in 17:9, but basically you have to shoot in RAW. There's also a dual gain ISO mode where you're supposed to get even more dynamic range. Without this, it's 15 plus stops of dynamic range. Now, I tested it just a little bit and I didn't really see any difference. And I feel like I would really have to test something like this to like see where does it break and where is it good and where is it not. I probably won't end up using this much because the dynamic range of the camera is already really good and it doesn't work in RAW anyway. So I think the 16-bit RAW is like, that is the big thing here. This is the best image I've ever seen from a camera that's not like a full-on cinema camera. I guess this is a cinema camera, but I think the 16-bit RAW actually compressed in a reasonable way that you can actually use and edit with totally fine is the biggest reason to get this camera. And the final image and how easy it is to work with is the #1 reason to buy a camera. All of the other stuff, the slow motion and all those other things, they're kind of just bells and whistles, but on every single project, you want a great image that's not a nightmare to work with in post and while you're shooting.
There it is.
Wow.
The moment you've been waiting for, that we've all been waiting for.
Why does it look kind of the same?
I had the exact same reaction. I'm like, wait, is this? Oh no, wait, yeah, it is.
It's got some like new texture, new button dials.
Flip out the screen.
Whoa! This is a bigger screen. This is a way bigger screen.
It is definitely a bigger screen.
They listen.
Looks like they're okay. So they got a bigger screen at least. That 4-inch screen is beautiful. I do appreciate that a lot. So I'm curious. Fed says there's a difference when editing, but I rarely notice it when grading 16 versus 12. But the difference between 10 and 12 is huge. When you go beyond 12, you're entering diminishing returns. I didn't think about that. That's a very, very good point. All I know is a 10 to 12, I do feel like that's very noticeable. But yeah, to your point, maybe 12 to 16, it's like, fair enough. Aviator says, I just got a dehancer trial. So for your print, you use Kodak Endura glossy paper. What do you pick for film stock? Thanks. Well, hopefully, Aviator, you used my promo code. Although I think that's only for when you pay. So maybe you don't use it until you choose to pay. I don't know. But either way, I'm glad you're using it. So to answer your question, are you talking about for photo or video mode? For your print, you use Kodak Endura glossy paper. What do you pick for film stock? So when it comes to my videos, so when I'm like color grading my video and doing using dehancer, I tend to not use Kodak Endura glossy paper as often. Mainly because, oh no, sorry, I take that back. I do use it, but it tends to give like a more natural and a darker look. So it just depends what I'm looking for. When I'm editing wildlife photos, I tend to not use Kodak and sorry. Let me take a step back. If I'm editing my wildlife photos and I want to maintain a natural look, I tend to use Kodak Endura glossy paper for the print profile because it tends to maintain the color structure and the colors that were there already, and then just tends to make it a bit darker. Now, to compensate for the darkness, so for example, if I chose Kodak Endura glossy paper, I just turn on the analog range limiter, which then does lift the blacks. So it does help with kind of bringing a bit more balance back in. So then you get a bit more of a natural look. Whereas if I choose Kodak 2383 or the Fujifilm, it tends to accentuate certain colors, and it gives a bit more contrast, and it gives a bit more of a unique or like a creative look, which is not bad. It just depends on the wildlife that I'm shooting for. If I'm shooting for people or just like normal everyday moments, I tend to lean towards using one of these, either the Fujifilm or the Kodak, just because I kind of do like the creative sense that it comes with. For the film profile, there's a few of these that I use the most. I would say the Kodak Aero Color 4125 is the one that I tend to use the most. So this is the one I have. So for example here, this is the Kodak Aero Color 4125. The Fuji Color 100 is also one that I tended to stop on. And this is like from... The way I know this is true is I used to do like blind testing, right? When I was doing all the dehancer edits back in the day for the video stuff, I would just flip through all of the different film profiles without looking at it, like looking at the names, and then just see where I naturally would stop and be like, ooh, this one's nice. And for my style, it tended to be the Fuji Color 100 and the Kodak Aero Color 4125. So hopefully that helps. I saw one Matty video, Eons again, losing my voice. And then I hear Brody laugh and was instant block. You know what? I feel for people. I'm sure I have certain things that I do that annoys the shit out of people. There are things that annoy me. Like I mentioned before, when you can hear the sound of someone sipping or chewing when they're close to a microphone, that bothers me so much. So yeah. I hope you guys will let me know if I do stuff like that so that I can course correct. Fed says, if you find it too much of a hassle to use, you can always fall back on Spectrafilm. I find Spectrafilm is easier to use to get a look faster for Aviator. King says, Jobel, you are so youthful. The fact that you think these influencers paid $6K for this camera made me smile. You're right. I forgot how the industry works. My bad. Yeah, it's a good point though. It's like, man, they should. I would trust a review from someone who is more like the everyday man, being like, $6,000, get your shit out of here. You know, I want to use that money to pay down my debt. Yeah, King's saying thanks to Fed for always being objective. The Brody laugh was cringe. Which one's Brody? I don't know. Great. We have similar taste in color, so I hope to get similar to your colors. They're beautiful. Hells yeah. Well, thank you very much. It must be those aviator sunglasses that that gives you that nice look. Fed says, I've been agreeing with you on all points on the new FX5. It's pretty meh. Speaking to King. Okay, so we're gonna keep watching. But yeah, so Aviator, let's say if I choose this Fuji, I've been also for photo edits, I've been enjoying this Fujicolor Superia 1600. This has been one that's been growing on me for photo edits. And then the Kodak Aero color tends to be, as you can see, a little bit darker look. So for this one, I might choose the Fujicolor Superia. And then, yeah, I'm not gonna go too crazy with this particular shot. I just want to play with. I might add a bit more grain on this one though, because this was already a slightly blurry shot, and I'm cropping in a bit. It's so I think we'll add the texture. Halation tends to not look as good on these photos that I'm editing with Dehancer, so I tend to not use halation too often. But the bloom effect I tend to enjoy. So yeah. Okay, I think this is good enough for this photo. I've been stuck on it for a while.
Does it feel much different? Does it look?
Wait, is this Brody? Wait, did I miss the laugh? Hold on.
Dials.
Flip out the. It is.
Are they
Oh
all
wait,
kind of the same?
no, that's Matty.
Same.
I had the exact same reaction. I'm like, wait, is this? Oh no, wait, yeah, it is.
It's got some like new texture, new button dials.
Flip out the screen.
Whoa! This is a bigger screen. This is a way bigger screen.
It is definitely a bigger
They
screen.
listened.
Does it feel much different? Does it look much different?
No, not really. But also yes. There's subtle differences.
What's the one thing that you've been like hoping is true about the FX5?
I mean, the one thing that I was hoping was true was gonna have internal ND, but I know that's. You know what I mean?
Wait, are you talking about?
video.
Are you talking about his laugh? I thought his name is Mati, or am I missing something? Is Brody just like a term of affection or something, or negative term? The Brody laugh. Maybe that's like a style of laughter. He does, because I mean he's the only one that's been laughing so far, so I'm assuming you guys are saying he's got a very distinct laugh, which I agree. I can understand if it's jarring to the ears. King says, watch for all of these influencers say how awesome OpenGate is, how important RAW is, how 6K for a camera is cheap, a cheap cost and a deal. I don't agree with that last part. I think if I shot in OpenGate, I might be guilty of also saying how awesome it is. I've just never shot with one, so I wouldn't be able to say. But because I've never shot with an OpenGate, there is a chance I will be amazed by it, just because it's something new that I haven't been able to use. That's my guess for myself. I think I would also, how important RAW is, I think I would be in that camp as well. So I think you're really making fun of me, because I think I would be like, yo, I love shooting in RAW. I don't know a scenario where I would shoot not RAW, you know? Fez says, yeah, but we were told OpenGate is useless by the deity known as Gerald. Is it Gerald? Gerard? Gerald Undone, as passed down to him by the almighty Sony rep. Ooh, okay, we're going to watch his video next, so I'm curious. Just yesterday, they said OpenGate is overrated. Who said that? Or I'm curious what that's about. RAW is unnecessary, and buying other cameras at 2K, 3K, 4K was too expensive. Okay, so you know what? That is one thing I don't really appreciate is like hypocrisy. We're all guilty of it, but if the stronger your opinion, the greater your something, you know? The greater your principle must be. So if you have strong opinions, that's totally fine. But then if I catch you being hypocritical, oof, you know, that's usually for me, that's one of the biggest, like, I lose all respect for you type thing. Aviator says, do you enable film developer in Dehancer? Do I? Hold on, let me answer your question by repeating one of my edits and see. Hold on. Let me just grab a shot. One thing I did mention is annoying with Dehancer is like once you exit it basically every time I do it, it creates a new photo of the thing. Hold on, can I just open up Dehancer? Film developer. Aviator, not really. I don't think I use film developer too often when I'm editing the photo so far, at least since I've been doing this round of edits. I usually turn on film compression. I mentioned this before, but for video and sometimes for photo, I usually prefer increasing the tonal range all the way to 100 and then working backwards from there. So I flatten out the image essentially, and then I'll bring back the white point by drawing this like slider to the left on the white point. And then the color density didn't really make a difference on videos that I was editing. For photos, it does, so I'm being a bit more careful with how much density I apply. But yeah, that's it. I don't do anything crazy with Dehancer. I don't do crazy stuff with my edits. You guys should see by now. I tend to follow the same thing over and over again. But yeah, the analog range limiter tends to be useful on the print settings. And then the film compression is pretty useful for me from the tonal range adjustments. The rest I don't play with too often. And then for the effects, sometimes I do the vignetting and then the film grain, halation, and bloom. So yeah. Brody is Matty. Oh, am I missing something? Man. Remember how they went on and on for 6 months now about stuff like that in the $2,000 ZR. Apparently it's all A-OK in a 6,000 camera. I think I do remember Matty saying that he wished that it had OpenGate for the ZR. Like I said, because I didn't even know about OpenGate until I was watching a lot of these review videos. So my assumption was, I think I learned about anamorphic and stuff from watching Matty's video, maybe. I could be wrong.
I told you it wasn't gonna. There's no way they were gonna put it, but yeah, it's kind of interesting. I'm a little mixed feelings about it right now.
I see a false color button.
Yep, I like that. I like that a lot.
Oh man, I want that. If they could have a built-in false color IRE or whatever, that would be nice. I would love to have that as like some kind of a filter overlay or something. Yeah, that's like a very practical thing. I guess at the end of the day, obviously you want the best quality of your image or your footage. You want the best dynamic range so you don't have to worry about over or underexposed elements. And the false color IRE would then lean towards helping out for that. And then you want the best stabilization so that your footage is usable. And you want the best focus so that whenever you want to lock onto something, it locks on properly. At the end of the day, those are like, I guess, the biggest things everyone's looking for in a camera, right? Or in a cinema camera. And then everything else is kind of like secondary from there. Fed says, you've been pushing your grades more and more over time now, playing more with the black level and such. Looks nice. Well, thank you very much. Maybe I have. I guess maybe since I'm in the weeds, I don't see too much change directly. The things that I know I've been changing more and more recently, like I said, is more the aspect ratio. And then, yes, for sure, dehancer within photo edits. I haven't done that until recently, so maybe there's some exploration there. All right.
5 years of waiting, 6 years of waiting, or whatever it is. Are you being wowed right now?
It just feels like I'm holding an FX3.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Like, I'm not wowed because I've used this camera for so long.
And it is a great camera, and I know I'll switch to. I will. I'm saying it now. I'll 100% switch to this, but it's not that exciting. New batteries, yeah.
This is a new battery. They've made a new battery?
Yeah, new battery.
What?
So it's not global shutter. That's gonna be a big disappointment for a lot of people, but it is an even faster readout speed. And I did this little test where I flashed both the FX3 and FX5 sensors with a flash, and I kind of wanted to see how do they process the flash, because usually you only get like a little bit of the flash, and they're not that different, but I would say the FX5 a little bit more consistently got more of the flash every single time. Sometimes they both just missed it and whatever, but more consistently you could see more of the flash every single time. And then I also did like a poor man's rolling shutter test, and I couldn't see any difference. I think the FX3 already had great rolling shutter. It's not global shutter, but it's really great. And I think the FX5 is just better, but not global shutter. Let's talk about low light. So we now get a triple base ISO. It is 800, 4000, and 12800. And I went out filming in anamorphic during the night, very little light, and it looks beautiful. The 16-bit RAW especially, it just looks so good, even at nighttime in the dark. For me,
Yo, what's happening? We got Mark Man in the chat. Long time no see. Let's see. Hold on. Sorry, I missed something. Fed says Sony has pretty weak stabilization. By weak, I mean it's not doing all that much. I think I heard that as well. Markman says, selling my ZR now. Yo, Mark, remind me, were you the one that had issues, unfortunately, with your ZR? I seem to remember, I felt bad because like someone in the chat had eventually purchased the ZR early, but then there was like an overheating problem and they had to return it or something. I felt really bad about that, obviously. Like I don't want that to happen to anyone. It seemed like it was just like a faulty unit or something. Fed says, Matty notices there is no real difference once you get under 8. What does 8 ms mean? Milliseconds? 8. Oh, is that for the global shutter? Or for video, are you adjusting exposure somewhere in Dehancer? Aviator, not really. I try to avoid, I'm not sure why, but I tend to not do too many of the exposure adjustments within Dehancer. I just use Dehancer for getting that specific look and like figuring out the right color look to it. And then I'll just do all the exposure stuff beforehand within Lightroom. And then if I need to adjust it again after Dehancer's effects, I'll just do it after. I think, unless it's like pitch black. If it's showing that it's like complete black, then I'll try to fix it within Dehancer. So that's where like that analog range limiter comes in handy, because obviously it'll lift up the blacks at the very least. And then that's where the compression comes in handy, because that will help to compress a lot of the highlights and bring that down as well. So compression and analog range limiter usually helps to make sure my exposure levels are within reason. And then if I have to make further adjustments, I do it back in Lightroom. But this is all coming from like, I don't know if that's necessarily the right steps. Listen, I'm just kind of stumbling my way through it, seeing whatever works for me, kind of an approach. And so for now, my approach tends to be, I do all the typical Lightroom steps for like color correction and, you know, getting the general look and feel that I want. And then I do Dehancer for that extra spice. So it's like I cook my meal here. I make my fried rice within Lightroom. Then I add my kimchi or my little spicy sauce within, which is Dehancer. And then that's where my analogy stops. So Cyroni says 8 millisecond read speeds from the sensor. Oh, that's what it was referring to. Sorry, I didn't know. 8 milliseconds is crazy fast. Gotcha. Mark said, nah, mine was good, just got delayed in the shipment. Gotcha. Fed says you can adjust exposure cleanly at the start of Dehancer right under the camera choice. Yeah, they do have like the sliders for the exposure there as well. I just haven't really played with it too often. Do you pick your camera under input for video? Thanks. Well, let's find out. So Aviator, in it, I'll mention when I'm going to do it, but let me edit this photo right now that I'm on within Lightroom, and then once I put it into Dehancer, let's do a proper deep dive on that one.
I'm still like wrapping my head around when I would use the 4000. I feel like a lot of time it's kind of one or the other, but maybe there'll be situations where I'm like, oh, the 4000 is actually perfect. And funny enough, actually, on the FX3, I've already, for the longest time, the way I use it like for my videos is I will always have an ND filter on. And then when I'm inside, I use the base ISO 800 if I can. And if not, I just switch to the 12800 and then add a little bit of ND. And then when I go outside, I just put it to the base 800 and then use the ND. So I never really have to take off the ND filter. And I think that's kind of a missed opportunity for the FX5. I feel like we didn't get internal NDs, so a lot of people will be disappointed by that. I knew we were
God, I really want an internal ND. Oh, and then this is more not a big critique, but one thing I mentioned previously is like with the freewell filter, it's not even just freewell, but one thing I wish there was a design where when I take the filter off the front of my lens, I don't want to hand hold the filter in my hand as I'm shooting, because maybe unlike Mati, right now I tend to still be very much a hybrid shooter when I'm traveling. So I'll mix in filming a shot and then switching over to take a photo of that shot, you know, or of that moment. And unfortunately, when you got that ND filter on, it tends to obviously be too dark. And so then for photos, it's more important that I get the clean ISO as much as possible, I find. So I just hate having to switch between photo and video mode while holding onto the filter when I have to take it off. So if it feels like fully built-in ND filter, oh my God, that'd be glorious.
They get it, not in a little camera like this. It just cannibalizes too many cameras, and it's not really meant for a camera like this, I guess. I would still like it, but yeah, we don't have it. But they could have just put in like one flat ND that comes in, just press a button, ND comes in, and then we have those triple base ISOs that we could go through. And so in theory, you might not really need variable NDs anymore. And even better, I don't know if this is like just physics wise not possible, but I would have loved like a really low base ISO. So we would still have the 12,800 and 800, and then we get like a 50 ISO or whatever, 100 ISO. And so in theory, you could, when you're outside and it's bright, you could just go to that lowest base ISO, and then that would mean that you don't really need ND filters anymore. But then with the RAW, none of this really matters. You could basically use any ISO, ramp through them all, and it just looks great. It's RAW. So yeah, at the same time, the triple base ISO is like, yeah, nice, but also not the biggest deal. It's incredible in low light, even better, I think, than the FX3, especially with all that rich detail and all that stuff. And even the noise just feels like a little bit smaller. I think because it's 5K, it feels more like film grain. Maybe that's a cliche to say, but it looks really good, much better than the FX3. As soon as you go like off base ISO, it just like the noise gets crazy and it's all big and wonky. The FX5 is very good in low light. Stabilization, so we're supposed to get better in-body stabilization and approximately 2 times improved roll correction. Now, I wasn't noticing right off the bat like, oh, this is way better. It's definitely not worse. And then on top of that, we have the standard stabilization, the active stabilization, and we get a new one, the dynamic active stabilization, which crops in even more and stabilizes even more using software inside the camera.
Fetz says, of course, if you only shoot with one camera, you only need to download the data for that camera. I always shoot with 2. That's my issue. That's my privilege. Cyrone says, just got to get a chest mount, magnetic holder. Yeah, Cyrone, was it? Oh, maybe I was talking to Swiss Army, because he does a lot of 3D printing stuff as well. And I was talking to him like, yo, and he was like, yo, we could totally build that. Because I have a whole idea in my mind of like, you know, like on my vest, definitely building a little magnetic attachment or like a holder, so that the moment I take the lens filter off, I can just slap it onto that bad boy, knowing that it's now protecting the, obviously the lens is not, or the filter is not exposed anymore. I just snap it on there, shoot. When I'm ready, I can just put it back on. Dude, that would be, I totally need that so badly. Okay, maybe that'll be a product we can build. Fed says, or just get a metal plate on your chest. Yeah. Fed says, Maddie says so many odd things. You still need ND. Does he even know how ISO works in RAW? I have no idea. It nags me how these influencers keep telling poor beginners so much wrong info. Throw me in there, because I'm just watching this. I'm like, oh, I'm just nodding along, you know?
I only did a little bit of a test. To me, it seems decent, but also at the same time goes a little wonky. So,
what your critique there is also one of the reasons why, for me personally, I don't want to go into that road. Like, I hope, as of now, I don't want to be one of the YouTubers where you come to me for technical advice. Because I know my strengths and my weaknesses, and I'm very much like, I just play with things until it looks good, but I wouldn't be able to tell you why. I hope I can learn more about the why over time, but I'm not going to be one of like the masters that you should learn from. So yeah, I'm going to do my best to avoid that.
I think it's really nice to have. How much will I use this, especially with how much it crops in? Like the active stabilization already crops in a little bit, and dynamic active crops in even more. I just can't see myself using it that often, but the active stabilization was already really good. So yeah, it's just nice to have options, but to me, it's not like I'm gonna get this camera for this feature. Also, if you're shooting in RAW, you do not get any of the extra stabilization. You only get the standard one. You don't get any of the software processing stabilization. No active or dynamic active.
All right, this is it. This is like, this is what we've been waiting for.
It's our boy, Luke Forsyth. Wait, where does he live? I thought he's like in the Southwest. I thought Matty lives in somewhere in Europe.
So much speculation. Yeah, it's great.
You think that's a Polar Pro ND filter on the front? I feel like all these guys have some partnership with Polar Pro. Cyrone says, hold on, let me put this into, I think this is good enough. I'm like I mentioned before, I'm not as like I don't care as much about getting the best look and feel for a lot of these like people shots, compared to some of the wildlife ones. But let me just pump this into Dehancer real quick. And then Aviator, we can respond to your earlier question once it's here. Okay. Cyruna says you're more on the creative spectrum versus the technical side, and there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, exactly. It's all about knowing your strengths, and no, I take that back. It is definitely about knowing your strengths, but I think sometimes it's almost more important to know your weaknesses, because then you either compensate for it or you improve the areas that you need improvement on. So I'm definitely trying my best to improve myself, but I know myself enough to not ever put myself as a technical expert or brand myself that way. Fed says, you always tell people watching you that you're speculating about certain things. Mati speaks like he's an expert, but he's not. Yeah, but I sometimes I think I do it as a crutch as well. So like, I don't think that you should always put that kind of a disclaimer. I do it just because like, but there's nothing wrong with being super confident about what you know. So yeah, there's a fine line there for sure, where you don't want to be fully like me, always being like second guessing and don't listen to me. I think even that can get a bit tiring. It's like, yo, just be more confident. So yeah, we'll get there. Cyrus says, but learning as much as possible so that the technical side becomes a tool versus a hindrance. Yeah. Obviously you know this, but that's the beauty of proficiency. Yeah. And this is why I like live streaming, right? Because one, I'm learning from a lot of you guys who hop into the chat. But then also this is time spent where, I'm not a gaming streamer, right? We're editing photos and videos. So it is very much a way for me to continue improving my craft at the same time that hopefully I can entertain and be productive and entertaining. Yo, we got BD in the chat. BD says, hello. Hope everybody is doing wonderful today. Very much so, BD. BD, if I remember, you said you moved to New York, I believe, or something. If so, if I'm not forgetting, if you did move to New York, congratulations, because a lot's been happening in New York, right? You guys had the World Cup, or no, was that New Jersey or something like that? And then there was the New York Knicks that won. So a good time to be in New York City. Mati is in Canada land, isn't he? Oh, okay. Why did I think? Or maybe he's originally from one of the Nordic countries or something. I don't know. Scandinavian. Dator says hello to all. Fedorovsky says you don't need to put disclaimers all the time, but it's not a good idea to speak about technical issues and just wing it like a lot of influencers do when they get it wrong all the time. yeah. Stake a claim sometimes. BG says, yes, I did a couple months ago. Awesome. Well, hopefully the move was seamless for you. Right now, I am currently just going through a lot of photo editing from one of my recent trips. So right now you can see this is me editing from Uganda to tie in with my latest video. So I hope everyone checks out my latest YouTube video, which is episode 1 of a series that I'm making about the past 2 months of travels. So I'm trying to edit these photos as quickly as I can because these will show up in the relevant episodes of the series where you'll see a lot of behind the scenes when I'm getting the shot and then how I shoot. And I've been really enjoying this Dehancer software. So Fed says he's from Finland. BD says the World Cup games were technically played in East Rutherford, New Jersey, but it was a co-host partnership between New York City and New Jersey because most of the tourism and economic activity happened in New York City. That makes sense. Spread the money. Why don't you? Okay, so Aviator had asked a question earlier. Do I pick my camera under input for video? No. So Aviator, this could be me doing the wrong thing, but I barely touch this input tab. So when I export from Lightroom, it's already chosen this like Pro Photo RGB. I don't know if that's the right one to choose versus like usually my photos I am shooting in Adobe RGB. It's just something I had read long time ago that I'd say, oh, you should, Adobe's better than sRGB. So I just kind of stuck with that for a while. But then whenever I export into Dehancer from Lightroom, there's this option for Pro Photo RGB, and that seems to be the default one. So I've never really, I just kind of say okay without thinking. So usually my input is in Pro Photo RGB. And then there really isn't an option that I can see where it tells me to choose a camera. So maybe yours is different from what I'm looking at. But yeah, so input wise, I don't really touch much. You did ask the question. Fed also had provided the answer where there is an exposure compensation slider. So you could adjust the exposure here if you so choose. I tend to try to avoid these things. I couldn't tell you why. In my mind, I have a little bit of a bias. In my mind, I view it as like, I don't know if Dehancer's quality for doing all of these kind of exposure and some of the other compensation tools, if it's on par with just doing it within Lightroom. My assumption is like where Dehancer shines is to get that film emulation look. And so they're like the profiles that they've got for the film and the print profiles, the compression tool, things like that are quite nice. But like I try not to, like, for instance, I usually don't even play with the color head. If I want to change the colors, I tend to just do it within Lightroom. That could just be a wrong bias that I've got, or like a wrong thinking there, but yeah. BD says, hold on, let me turn this on. We're going to start from scratch and kind of go through these. So Fed says he's from Finland. Yep. BD says it's just a short train ride from New York City. Gotcha. They played a lot of Bon Jovi, so that makes sense. I did watch the World Cup. As someone who hasn't watched a full football, aka soccer game in my entire life, I think I attended 2 real life football matches. One in Chicago, one in Rome. Yeah, I think one in Italy. Somewhere in Italy. But this is the first time I actually sat through an entire match of football. Gotta say, it was quite boring. I was scrolling through Instagram for one of the quarters. But yeah, anyways. Okay, so the Kodak Aero Color 4 is one I landed on yet again. So again, it proves itself to be one of the better film profiles for my subjective taste, right? It tends to be the one that just like I gravitate towards. So let's say we stick with that one. Then I turn on that film compression. Again, it just drops a bit of the highlights there. And then from the print profiles, I tend to turn on the analog range limiter. Sometimes I don't if I want to keep with a very contrasty look. But for now, let's just turn it on and figure out which of these I prefer. I think Fujifilm. Huh. I'm leaning towards this one, but we'll see in a second. Let me turn on the film grain. And the bloomy effect. Halation probably... the halation's not bad on this one. There's nothing like noticeably standing out from it, so that's good for me. Okay, so then I'm going to choose the Fujifilm actually. So we'll use the Fujifilm 3513. And what other quick adjustments? The tonal range. So you, like I mentioned, I don't do this as often with the photo edits, but in video mode, I would be doing this all the time, where I just increase the tonal range all the way, and then I bring back the white point. I just think it's probably not as useful on this shot, but let me just bring it down slightly. We'll do a little bit more like touch and go on this then. Okay. Good enough. Good enough. Let's exit out of this. You need to know the intricacies of any sport for it to be fun to watch a whole match like that, especially if you're watching it alone. I was watching with some friends, so it was fun. Like I'm kind of exaggerating. It was fun because obviously it was more for the energy. We were at some bar and it was crazy vibes. It was cool. I really liked that. And then I was asking questions to get clarity and stuff. I joked about this, but I was dead serious. To find more enjoyment out of watching, I actually transported myself. I do this all the time for random things. I was imagining I wasn't watching the World Cup of the greatest football players all in the same field. I was imagining that we were all gathered to watch the greatest camera operators in the world in their final showdown. And so I was imagining, because like there's so many camera operators, there's so many camera angles, right? Like that they have to switch between. and it's I'm sure a lot of it is like automated at this point, but I'm assuming there's a lot of like remote controlling and like physically shifting the cameras around and stuff. So I was just like in my head imagining like these are the greatest of their field, of their industry, the best camera operators, and we get to see them in the final showdown, you know, as they track the players, blah blah blah. So it's I don't even know what you would describe what I do. It's definitely not normal. Probably some kind of on the spectrum of something, but I've found it so much fun to like put, you know, imagine that world of like, oh my God, there's a camera operator B, and will he be able to, you know, like, let's see how great of a shot they were able to keep. Did they track the ball the whole way, or the player? How good was that slow motion? Yeah, I was just imagining a whole world for that. So weird, I know. Fed says, yeah, watching it with people helps, but in general, it gets more fun the more details you're able to read from the match. Yeah, it's the same with UFC, BJJ. I did see that Bruce Buffer was the announcer for the World Cup. That was so random. Baseball, tennis, or anything. Beatty says, yeah, it's a great time to be in New York City, in my personal opinion. Yeah, we were watching a lot of Casey Neistat videos, and he's quite the vibe. He does such a good job of selling the New York City vibe. So like I feel more and more wanting and willing to move to New York City sometime in the future. Okay, so probably not going to do anything additional to this shot. We're going to keep it as is, but it never hurts to kind of just, you know, scroll through some of the presets and see if something interesting stands out. But I think honestly we're okay with that. I might just lift up the curve just a bit. Yeah. Okay. Nothing fancy, but we're happy. Cool. I need to get through all these. I want to get to the gorilla shots. We're almost done with Uganda.
I mean, I don't know. Slightly thicker, almost the same. The screen is way better.
Are you surprised at how similar it is to the FX3?
I'm only surprised that they didn't call it the FX3 Mark II.
Yeah.
That's what this is, right?
Like, that's what it seems like to me, too.
100%.
The FX3 is still great, so they can keep that around. Slightly thicker.
False color button.
Yep, false
They
color.
are leaning. They are leaning into the Pro.
I like that. That's like one of my favorite features right there.
As soon as the rumors leaked, I mean, I'm like, the target market, I'm going to buy this for sure.
In terms of the body, the FX5 is very, very similar to the FX3, and I feel like at first glance, most people won't even be able to tell the difference. The FX5 is slightly wider, not by a lot, but just a little bit wider. It looks exactly the same height.
Okay, here it looked a little bit better to me, but at least in that first model, that mock-up, I'm just not a fan of like that, the pitch black grip color next to the gunmetal or whatever you call the grayish body. I like the gray body. I just don't like this black grip aesthetically. Fed says Neistat is a pro. Vlogging must be more normal for him than most anything in life by this point. Man, he is a pro's pro. We mentioned this before, but I'm watching, I'm like, yo, how do you do this, man? He makes it so effortless. I could take notes on that.
Just a little bit wider. The biggest difference would be the LCD screen. It is a lot bigger, and the FX5 has this very angled tilt flip LCD screen, so you can basically go any way you want with this screen. I think it's safe to say this is what most people would like, so you can film with it just like this. You just flip it up like this, but you can also flip it out. You can film yourself. You can do all this stuff. You can have it normally like this. And again, if you want to be more discreet, you can just kind of tilt it up a little bit and just have it like that. You don't have to have it sticking out the side,
Have
which
it like
is nice.
this or like
the
that.
button layouts are quite different, and this will definitely.
So Fed, I see what you're talking about the top handle that sounds like you need to have if you want that 32-bit. I didn't know that was a necessity. I didn't know that was like a thing with these cameras where to get certain quality you need to. I thought the top handle was always just like a dummy thing, you know? I didn't know there's like electronics built into it somehow. He's living the vlog, yeah.
Take time getting used to all the different buttons along with the completely different firmware. We got a clips button, which is your playback. That's how you see the footage that you've shot. We have a false color button there, but you can also map that to whatever you want. We have a menu button, back, another customizable button, home, which brings up the big 6, and then a user button, which has some different like settings, kind of like the big 6. I feel like that part's a little weird. They're a little too similar to me. We have a new looking dial right there, but basically does the same thing.
thing as this dial right here. On top, the cameras are exactly the same. We have the same little zoom rocker here. We got iris up here, our customizable button. We have white balance and ISO, customizable record button, and the little like thumb stick right here. The ports on this side have changed a little bit. So now we get an Ethernet. We have the full-size HDMI. We got 2 USBs. We lost that like old school USB that the FX3 had. And now the headphone and microphone jacks are just out on the side, not under any cover. And I think I'm fine with that. Some people might be freaking out about that. And the quarter 20 mounting moved over. It used to be on the other side on the FX3. It's just moved over a little bit, but basically the same. What do you guys use Ethernet for? Is that for like live streaming or something? I don't really know what I would use an Ethernet for.
It's really the end of the camera problem. You just put this in all different shapes and sizes of bodies.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like, why do we need to look?
I like Luke Forsyth. I think he's great. Maybe in the future, you know what? That's one of my future goals is I can be one of the guys, okay? One of these guys. Maybe I'll be in the background of some of their videos and vice versa. And we're making film projects together. That'd be great. Sometimes you got to say these words out loud to manifest it and bring it to life. Fed says, I've always thought Sony cameras were ugly. I had an A7 Mark III for a little while back when it was new. Horrifically ugly. I don't have a strong opinion either way. I just don't have... I've only played with the A6000. That was like the first camera. I've seen the Sony FX3. I thought it looked pretty decent. I like that gray, again, that metal textured look to it. My buddy has a Leica, and that always just looks really nice. And then the Fuji cameras always have looked really cool. It's got that vintage feel to it. Beatty says, though I'm not interested in this camera, Mid49 did make an EVF offset mount, which makes it quite a bit more usable. You're talking about this new one, this Sony FX5? Fed says, sometimes you want a handle like that on your camera for some work, but you don't want to be forced into it always. No, I bought the handle. I got the tilt cage and then the top handle for the ZR. And you'll see it in some of the BTS when I was shooting. It's so useful for sure. I just didn't know that for the Sony camera, like I guess with this example in mind, I didn't know there's like some kind of electronics built into it in order to get that 32-bit float capture you were saying. I just thought it was a dummy handle, you know? I didn't know there's stuff flowing through it. Fed says, back then, the Sonys had a very shallow grip, so they were bad to hold. They fixed that a while back. Gotcha. And Beatty says, yes. Okay.
Get new gear.
To me, it's kind of bittersweet. I'm super happy it's here, but I'm also a little sad that like, oh, I think we're hitting the end of digital cameras.
What is that?
There's
Final
not
frontier.
Yeah, there's not much more that we realistically need. I think for me, they had a good opportunity to like make something that's a little bit more flashy. Like you still grip onto this and you're like, where's my pinky here?
It does feel better.
It feels, it's
But not
pretty
better
much
enough.
the same. Yeah,
Not
exactly.
better enough for me.
If they made it a little bit taller, then the screen could be bigger.
Yeah.
Like, and this would fit better in your hand, and people would be like, "Oh, this is a new
You
camera."
want a 1DX again. That's what you want. You just want...
To me, it's the camera.
Man, now I can't unhear that laugh after you guys pointed it out. I mean, I heard it, but I didn't think much of it. But now you guys are making it sound like... Finally, they decided to have a 2 1/4 20 screw taps at the bottom. I know that was one of the critiques with the ZR, was that there wasn't enough screw, like those little mounting screws or whatever everywhere.
It's not really the camera that you wanted.
Here's the question. I remember when the FX3 came out, the first 6 months were very, like, no one was excited about it.
Yeah.
Like, where's the viewfinder? I could never shoot like this. Why would anybody buy this?
Yeah.
And then obviously now
It's becomes
the
de
biggest thing
facto.
ever.
Yeah.
What are, like...
100%. I think they'll be the same. People will be like, "What?"
Okay, I have to pause because I'm at an impasse potentially with the editing choice. There's 3 different preset looks that I was scrolling through that I kind of like as the baseline. So option 1 is like this. No, the Sage Monkey. This one, for all of them, I need to bring back a bit of the texture, so it's a very soft background right now. But this one, I like the color of the ground, and then I'll lift the exposure slightly. Then, what was the other one? There was one that was a bit crazy. Oh yeah, This one's decent to play with. This one, it's like very poppy colors, but I kind of like this one. And then I'll have to change the sky a bit, but I'm not sure why, but this feels like a good baseline to work with. I just got to talk this out loud so I can make the right choice here. This one just has nice rich colors to it. Okay, so here's what I'll do. I think I'm going to apply this one first. And then on top of it, yes, here we go. Now I am making it very rich colored, but hold on. I don't know why, but part of me thinks like this bright look is not bad. Like I feel like I'm almost making the wrong choice by darkening the image. I'm not sure why. Okay, let me work off of this base and then go from there. BD says it's kind of interesting that they're offering a paid service to get the sensor locked. LMAO, like one in the world. What do you mean? I hadn't heard anything about that. Fed says, yeah, the sound module, you need 2 preamps for 32-bit float, so it's a bit hard to fit it inside a small... Wait, are you telling me it's $6,000 for the camera, and then you have to pay more for the top handle? Or are you saying for the FX5 plus the top handle, that's where you come to $6,000? But then once you buy the top handle, are you saying you have to pay more to get the 32-bit float? They removed the EVF to make room. FX5 also lacks the viewfinder, but I guess the fan and everything else means no room for 32-bit float. Okay, sacrifices.
It's the same, and you're charging more and just calling it a different thing, and then everyone buys it and loves it, and it's the camera that everybody ends up using. Yeah. For sure. I can already see it.
That's a win.
Yeah, right.
That's huge. That's the dorkiest thing to be excited about.
Oh, BD, it's the thing you were talking about, right? Having the screws at the bottom. Fed says 6,000 with the top handle. It's a bit cheaper without. Okay, that's better then, at least.
So out of all the things so far, you're like,
dude,
what? 2 quarters?
Every single small camera in the world with the one slot, and you put it on a tripod.
Same dual card slots on this side. And then we get an extra quarter-20 on the bottom, which is really nice. Then you can actually mount it sturdy, or even be able to mount some sort of like half cage or something just based off of those two, which is really nice. The FX5's handle is just a tiny bit longer, so now it actually like fits your hand, whereas on this one, your hand is like falling off already on the FX3. So this is a nice little improvement. They're still both kind of plasticky and sort of cheap feeling, which feel like could have been a nice upgrade. This right here is a big update, so you can mount your monitor and it won't be spinning around, which I really like. And we get 1 more mounting point, so now there's 3, whereas on the FX3 we only got these 2. The audio controls have slightly changed also. Here's the FX3.
That is so complicated. Damn. I mean, I'm assuming the quality's good though. BD says basically remove IBIS from the sensor so it can remain locked for drone work, etc. Okay. Fez says you're going to need that handle though, so realistically it's 6,000. Yeah, I mean, it's like, it feels weird to just go halfway with the gear.
Kind of the same to me, except for slightly different layouts. And then we get a few different options on the inputs here that we didn't have on the FX3, which I, at this point, have not actually dove into what all those do, but here you go. That's what you got right there. One big difference is now we have this new port here, and so you can actually put on an EVF, pops on there, and uses the same mounting points as the handle does.
Oh,
and now
interesting.
we have an EVF, but...
Okay. So, Fed, you mentioned they removed it, but at least it sounds like it is modular enough to put one back on. I mean, it's nice to have the option, I guess.
Me personally, I do not like EVFs at all. It is really nice that they gave you the option, though. If you like EVFs, you can put it on there. And I personally love the fact that it's not built in and that it is an optional thing, because for me, it would just be completely useless. I would never use it. So I think this is kind of a great way to implement having an EVF for those people that do want one. And for an EVF, it seems great. I just personally hate EVFs.
Let's see what you think.
So there's definitely going to be, I don't know if this is the only accessory that they're going to make for it.
Does Matty do photography at all? Because I feel like for photographers, it's a different story. where it's like having that EVF almost feels like the primary way to shoot. Obviously, I've gotten used to with the ZR, but it usually is nice to have. Filming, I guess, is different. Fed says they probably made them plastic feeling to match the plastic imagery. Yeah, Blackmagic has had that option for ages.
Like,
That could, yeah.
or
Although-
other companies could come in maybe.
Although, how long was this out and not a single extra accessory ever came out?
Okay, fair.
What is he saying? What are they talking about?
I do like the fact that it's not built in, that you can remove it, because I hate EVS. I think they're so stupid.
I love an EVF.
No, I hate it.
This is backwards for me.
It looks so like digital, like meh, and I hate just like one eye closing. I hate everything about EVS.
Come on, doesn't bring you back to your rollerblader days?
No,
when you're
no,
like,
we never did that. We had a little flip LCD screen on our little like handy cam thing, and then I'm left eye dominant, so you have to like most of the time you have to hold it awkwardly
That's
over
what
here.
I'm doing right now. It's
Yeah,
already-
which is fine on this, but like on cinema cameras, you're always on the left side of it, and then you'd have to bring it all the way over, so it's so stupid. I would never, ever, ever say that an EVF is. It just looks digital and bad. The screen looks way better, and it's just easier to look at.
It doesn't look great, but I like it because it removes everything else. So you're only focusing on like composing a shot if it's like super bright or something. Like
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, practically, I guess it's more just if it's a super bright day, and you gotta cut the glare out and stuff. But yeah, also it's the same way. Like when I'm editing my photos, even right now, I tend to a lot of times I'm looking at this navigator panel on the top left, because when I'm looking at the image here, one, it's like obviously it's nice and big and centered, but then when I'm doing cropping or other stuff, it can get like it's hard to really grasp what's the bigger picture here. So then I use this to tell, and I feel like the EVF kind of has the same role, where when you're muting everything else in the world and all you can see is just whatever is there, it just helps you to hone in on exactly what you're trying to capture. Plastic for the win, says King Crook. Fed's asking, does Maddie do any video or photography outside of these videos? I don't know. I'm trying to think, like, I imagine most people who get into film started with photography, but that's probably a bias. I don't think that's backed by anything. But I wonder if Mati started off as a photographer. I have no idea. Fed says, I know Gerald Undone films local 3-division football matches with the Sony's outside of filming videos in his basement and doing tests. King says, Jobel, you really need to try the Komodo X. I want to try a lot of things, man. There's a lot of things I need to try.
You gotta close one
Including
eye,
that.
and now your eyes are getting all messed up, and then you take your eye off there, and you're like, ah! No, I would rather be able to look at my monitor when
Can
I
you do both? Okay, you could do both.
Yeah,
That's nice.
but I would literally never put that on.
Hot take, I don't think I like the hinge. I don't think I like
Really?
this.
Really? Well,
This-
it's nice because you can shoot like this.
Oh, okay.
That's nice.
So like,
Ooh, I missed that.
you don't need it to be flipped out and looking.
I do miss that. Wait, does the Nikon do that? Hold on. Why in my mind do I feel like it doesn't do that? Yeah. That's one thing I miss about the older cameras I shot with Nikon. With the ZR and the Z6 III, it's got that, the ability to flip screen so you can do selfie mode and stuff, but it doesn't allow you to just do that. So usually I have to flip it out and then point it down so I can get that low angle perspective. But it feels weird when you have the screen to the side of the camera. I just can't get over, there's a little bit of like it's a bit jarring. Person I go with the Raptor XE says King. Faz says Yobel needs a Raptor. Get a Z1 so you can use the same lenses. I think Yobel has enough projects he can justify a Raptor. I don't have enough projects at all. I'm trying to pitch a few though, for sure. Hopefully I'll get a few soon. Right now I'm just like, I am a little bit more focused on staying at home, and because I've got like 2 years worth of travels to get through. So I think that's probably more important that I start pumping these out as my YouTube videos, stuff like that. So ZR is my most used camera, but Komodo X with the red app is the best for studio work for me. Okay.
Yeah,
you can
yeah,
shoot
okay.
like that,
is,
and it's like nice and
for
compact.
this
And
purpose is cool, but I will say my FX3 hinge of like this screen is absolutely holding on by a thread.
so yeah, this one
So
too.
like this gives me a lot of fear from having this like absolutely just dangling on my camera.
For some reason, I feel like that seems a little stronger, but yeah, you're probably right.
It does feel very sturdy.
It does feel stronger, I think.
But I just don't know how much, like this, I do really like, but I just don't know how much use folks would get out of the whole thing. But that's just
I
me.
think it's the only thing is like getting it close to you and you just flip it up, which is nice sometimes. I do like that because then it's not off to the side.
It's very
more
discreet.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The FX3 and FX5 are very similar in look and feel. I think most people, when they pick up the FX5, they'll just think that they picked up an FX3. It's slightly bigger, very small differences. The biggest difference is that monitor, and for me, this is also the biggest disappointment. I feel like if they would have given us like a 5-inch monitor, just made the camera slightly taller and given us a big honkin' 5-inch monitor, an OLED monitor would be incredible. It would really mean that we never need to add an external monitor to this camera, and that would have been a really big deal. But now we're kind of in this like halfway no man's land of like, it's 3.5 inches, and then if you're filming an open gear, you're using even less of the screen because it's a 16:9 screen, not a 3:2 like the Kinefinity Vista, which this 3:2 OLED monitor is the best monitor ever. We also have the Nikon ZR monitor, which is bigger and better in my opinion.
Fed says if you get a Raptor, National Geographic will come calling. Man, you know what? Someone DM'd me on Instagram with one of the best compliments I've gotten. What did they say? They said, I am the Asian David Attenborough. And I was like, hells yeah. I will always take that. But yeah, listen, I do hope one day we'll be able to get some National Geographic type projects out there, you know. It's anything's possible. Okay. Fed says I saw Brandon Talbot talking about the app and how he wants it to work with the ZR. Okay. Yo, we got Cat and Candle. Cat and Candle is in here with those epic cat emotes saying, hey, Yobel, how's it going, Cat and Candle? CCP. Wait, CCP. Is that the Chinese thing? Okay. Cat and Candle. Long time no see, man. Hope all is well. Hope you're doing well, whether it's streaming or life or anything else. That Kinefinity has a lot of bells and whistles, but who cares? No RAW. We got to get that RAW. All right.
Then this monitor, maybe quality-wise, maybe the FX5 monitor is a little bit different. I just feel like they could have gone a little bit crazier here. If they had a 5-inch monitor, as soon as people saw this camera, they would be like, holy crap, what is this? They would have been so excited. And now when you hold this camera in your hands for the first time, it is very lackluster because it is so similar to the FX3. Like if I held this camera up, you would not know, is this an FX5 or an FX3? There is no way really to tell. We have a new battery system, new batteries. You're gonna have to buy new batteries. And they say it lasts for 130 minutes in 4K, 60 frames per second. I haven't done a test yet. I haven't had time. But yeah, it seems pretty good. I only have one battery, and I've just been plugging in a little battery bank like this when I need more battery or when I ran out of battery. So that is what I've been doing for the last week. Audio-wise, now we get 96 kilohertz 32-bit float. I don't know of another camera that has 96 kilohertz 32-bit float. So I'm kind of interested in seeing some audio nerds test it out and see, like, is there a big difference there? UI-wise, everything has changed. You are gonna have a very hard time at first with this, like I have. It is similar but different to the FX6. This is what your main screen looks like. We now get waveform, histogram, or vector scope. One weird quirk right now is that the...
Wait, where's that false color, IRE? This photo, so the past few ones I was editing, they were just like, okay, nothing much. I really like this one. When I put it through Dehancer, I feel like it did an excellent job accentuating the light bouncing off the motorcycle, dropping the lighting a bit across the image. So I did make the white point a bit stand out a bit more on the cloud and on the bike here. And I think I prefer it that way. So maybe I'll do extra editing, but honestly, it looks okay as is. I really just want to get through all these photos because I have too many. We're almost done with I say almost. We're not done anywhere close to it. Maybe I'll just do one quick little thing and then let's see. I think I'll add the, okay, here's what we'll do. I'm going to add this. I'm going to add that. Cool. Quick little touches. And let's reduce the fade just a bit. Okay, good enough. I'm nitpicking here. I like this shot. Cat and Candle says, oh wait, hold on a minute. King says, I personally need RAW. I do too. Who doesn't? Thanks, it's been a minute trying to stream more again, says Cat and Candle. Hey, listen, likewise here. I had, I forget the last time I saw you, but I was gone for 2 months for some travels. And yeah, so I was in Munich, Uganda, and Tanzania. I had a few projects out there, which were really cool. And I'm starting to post it, so you can check out on my YouTube. It's pinned on all the chats. But I posted episode 1 of the 2-month travel series. And I'm working on the second episode as we speak. I'm very excited for you guys to be watching them, because this is the first time I travel with so many different action cameras to get different point of view camera angles. So I hope you guys enjoy. So definitely check out that video. I just released it the other day. Let me know your thoughts. But yeah, I was gone for 2 months, and now since coming back, I've been definitely trying to get more into streaming consistently. So I feel the struggle, man. I understand what you're talking about. Just trying to catch up and stream and be productive. Fed says, yeah, that camera looked kind of fun in a ZR kind of way until they mentioned no RAW. Oh, this is that one you guys are saying, the Kina something. All sorts of bugs with software. The same people complaining about the lack of a grip on the ZR never seem to mention that Kinefinity has no grip. You can, of course, add grips to both. Yeah, I mean, I added the grip to my ZR. Man, I like the Tilta look. I like the Tilta cage with the wooden grip handle. Slightly pricier, though. I watched the newest videos. All those bugs, and you probably have to ship it off to China for repairs. Ooh, okay. Cool, says Kat. And I remember an older Kinefinity had an issue with red on the sensor. It was never fixed. King says Yobel will probably get scouted by Sony. as if. Listen, I would love to be scouted in general. Come on, man. What does it take? How does one get selected like that? We'll never know. Man, this video is forever 36 minutes. Okay, it's not just me. I was like, I know I was pausing a lot and stuff, but it's like, why is this video not ending? It's because it's 36 minutes long. Jesus.
Waveform works based off of the viewing LUT, not the log footage, which is dumb. As you can see here, once I turn false color on, which we also get false color, and we get even a button for it, you can see the waveform changes. So it's like showing it.
Wait, why does the waveform change?
With the LUT on, now it's showing the log. That is dumb. I'm sure that's just a mistake. I haven't figured out a way to change that yet, so maybe I've missed something. I really love that all of the information is on the outside of the screen, and you can actually customize all of that. You can turn on and off anything you want on the outside. I've already turned off a lot of stuff that I just don't need. This is the part where I don't know if I'm just getting used to it, but I don't know if I'm a fan of it yet. We have the clips button. That's just to get to your clips. Then we have false color. That's really nice. And then
one thing that's interesting about this video so far, I think it started off, the vibes were super hype, right? The beginning of this video is all about like, oh my God, this is the perfect, we've been waiting for this, that kind of stuff. It's in the title. But then like somewhere in the mid point and then later on, it feels like they started getting more critical about it. But it comes out of nowhere. Like if I had only watched the first 5-10 minutes or so, I'd be like, yo, this is the best. It's got everything. They're saying it. But then they start to introduce some of the things, but it felt like weird the way it's all placed. Yeah, so I don't know, like the statements were strong in the first, initial part of this video. And then it feels like they're pulling it back ever so slightly here and there. But then again, I mean, I'm assuming that's what everyone does. But man, they were hyping it up at the beginning. Then they're like, oh, it looks like a Sony FX5. It's a, this thing is that. It's like, oh, okay. $6,000 though. That's the biggest one for me. If we see Yobel post a why I'm switching video, then we know they got to him. Hey, listen, I want that to happen because I'm assuming that means I got paid. All right, just pay me the big bucks. That's all I'm asking. Only $6,000, and you too can shoot plastic-looking chimps and foliage in no time. Yeah. What does Matty really need? I remember trying to use the A7S III footage for VFX, and I was like, no, those artifacts suddenly got really obvious.
We have the menu, which takes you to like this kind of slightly
I hate Sony interface, but maybe they fix stuff. I don't know.
simplified menu, kind of like a big 6 almost, which is nice. And then you have to hold onto this one to get to like the full menu. And there's a bunch of stuff in here. And then there's on top of that, there's these two buttons. There's the user button, which brings up another kind of big 6, but a different big 6. I think you can customize these maybe. And then there's the home button, which brings up the big 6 that we're used to. And I just find this to be a little bit cumbersome right now. A lot of settings you need to do like a lot of clicking around and like pressing to get to. I feel like they could definitely dial this in a little bit, but overall I'm pretty happy with it. I do like this main screen a lot. We should also get better autofocus now. I don't know if that's true or not, but in theory, we have better autofocus now, better white balance, and better stabilization with that new processing unit. I feel like I haven't really seen any big differences yet. It feels a little different, but I think I need to really test that stuff out more to see if there actually is like drastic differences. Oh, and the app works better now. I guess you guys can't see because of the ND filter. It works better now because we have a better Wi-Fi system on the FX5, so it's more stable. It's still not the best, but I'm really curious to see, can somebody really leverage how fast the Wi-Fi is in this camera to get a better, hopefully near no latency wireless monitoring system on your phone. I love doing this, so that's a really nice thing. Then let's talk about the price. That's a big deal.
Finally.
So price at launch in the USA, it will cost $4,899. That is without the handle. With the handle, it'll cost $5,499. In Canada, it'll be $6,300 and $7,000. So that is more expensive than the FX3, and I think that's gonna hurt for a lot of people. I think this camera isn't as flashy because the 16-bit RAW is really hard to understand. The body looks kind of the same, and people are like, oh, what was the big update here? It's been 6 years. What have you guys been working on? And then you have to pay more for it also. I think that is gonna be like a point of pain for a lot of people. So let's talk about my final thoughts after using this camera for a week. I'm for sure switching. No questions asked. I'm for sure switching to this. It is just way better than the FX3. They're not calling it an FX3 Mark II, but to me, it really does feel like just an FX3 Mark II. I probably wouldn't have called it an FX5, but I think they want to keep around the FX3 because it is still a really great camera, but then if you need even more, you can get the FX5. So I understand that, and that's nice. I thought I was gonna use the Nikon ZR more, but the H.265 codec is just so brutal on this camera that I never really ended up switching to it. I used it a little bit, and I used it less and less, and just went back to the FX3. This camera is so easy.
So that's the update. Okay, because in my mind, I thought he had said he switched over to Nikon, and I was confused if it was him or maybe his brother. But he keeps saying here too, like he doesn't like the H.265 color. But does that mean, then again, he is like a proper YouTuber, so maybe it's for him, it's more about pumping out more content quickly. So then shooting an H.265 makes more sense for him. Versus like for me, it's like I don't know if I would ever shoot in anything that's not RAW with my camera. But I'm in a different place than him, so. This camera has a different interface from the real Sony cinema cameras, from what I understand. I just wonder what he's happy with all of this for, shooting more camera videos. Yeah, I guess I'm confused too, because then it's like he's talking about he's switching, but then, or hold on. So he's going to spend $6,000, but to not shoot in RAW? Like, that's the thing that confuses me. Because my assumption, I don't know, my assumption was that he would only shoot in RAW. It's like, why are you ever shooting in H.265? Like money's not a problem for him, so I'm assuming he can just get the bigger file, like the memory cards and stuff, right? So it's like, when is he ever shooting an H.265? But I don't know what he normally shoots for, so I'm just missing that knowledge. But then if you're going to spend $6,000 for the Sony FX5, are you saying you're doing that because you do shoot an H.265 often and you want that better quality from that? I have no idea. This part, I'm a little bit perplexed. Kat's asking what camera is this? This is the Sony FX5. Apparently it got announced earlier today. So yeah, I figured it'd be interesting to break it down, see what's good, what's bad, all of that. What is the hype about? And the biggest hype, it sounds like it shoots what? Open gate, 5K, 16-bit RAW, and there's a few other things, but those are the big standout ones that I can remember. But it's also $6,000. Fed says Mati switches cameras like other people change underwear. BD says the Burano and Venice 2 have quite different UIs. Sony Cine Alta is a different division in Sony than the Sony Cinema line. Okay, fair point. What I'm thinking of is like more of the photography camera line. So I don't know, like the A7 blah blah blahs, those things. Those ones I just felt the interface was nasty. Fed says, so he's buying the FX5 so he can shoot H.265. Great. Yeah, that's the thing that that is not making sense to me right now. Like, I'm not trying to knock either way. It's like, more power to you, whichever one. If he feels that way strongly, that's great. But I don't understand the rationale to say he's switching from the ZR back to this because he wasn't shooting as much with the ZR because of the H.265 problem or the colors from the 265. But now this triple the cost camera does have really good 265, so boom, that's the one he's going with. I don't know. King says I've had 0 issues with 265 on ZR. I don't know. I couldn't tell you because I've never shot in that. Because like in my mind, I'm like, yo, I'm always gonna shoot in the RAW format. I'll spend the extra money to get the 1 terabyte memory card so I can keep shooting in RAW. What makes sense for him would be to shoot on a cheap Sony APS-C or something. FX5 is totally overkill for him. I mean, it sounds overkill if you're shooting 265. That's the thing I guess I got some gripe over. His job is YouTube. He was talking about spending more time with his son before he started to make more YouTube videos again. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So maybe given he's a pro YouTuber, maybe he has to pump out a lot more YouTube videos than the average person. Therefore, to have him film everything in RAW, it wouldn't make sense because then he's got an editor and to transfer the files each time. It's just like, it's better to just shoot in H.265. That makes more sense to me. Fair enough. It's like, okay. Yeah. So if you're using it for like these kind of selfie camera modes or whatever you need, and you pump out YouTube videos constantly, fine. But $6,000, fine? I don't know. Cat and Candle's asking, is OpenGate both aspects like landscape and portrait? Yes. Okay, I'm going to give the layman's answer because I don't know the technical one, Cat. But basically, it's like, let's say if your sensor normally shoots open at like 3:2 aspect ratio, but when you're shooting for film, sometimes it gets cropped into that 16:9. The OpenGate allows you to maximally use your sensor. So it fits that same, like, let's call it 3:2 aspect ratio. I'm making up numbers at this point, but it lets you shoot the entire sensor of your camera, and then you can choose in post if you want to crop into that 16:9 or whatever aspect ratio. And it does mean it's a taller capture, so then it's easier to also, if you need to switch to a portrait cropping, you have more space to crop it that way. But yeah, I don't know the exact science. Fed says if he's shooting 265, he should just get the Sony A7R6 that only shoots 265 with the same image quality. Gerald Undone compared them in his video today. Oh my god, we haven't even gone to his video yet. RAW is what I use for everything, says King. Yeah. So the H.265 is not an issue. We only shoot RAW. Yeah. That's my only kind of pushback on his complaint about the ZR is, were you planning to shoot 265 with the ZR to begin with? And if so, huh. But who am I to judge? This guy's, infinitely more successful than I am. So he clearly he knows why he knows more technically, and he does more than I do. So he has his reasons to have to shoot 265. I guess I just don't know what it is. Fed says I have OpenGate on Blackmagic. I use it a few times for anamorphic. Gotcha.
just switch to as an FX3 user. It's basically the same, except just better in every way. And I think the FX5 is the perfect combination of incredible quality, but still really, really easy to use. Does that mean it's perfect? No, definitely not. I think there's still like room for improvement. The screen, especially the monitor, it's not bad. It's definitely way better than the FX3. But I feel like it could have been so much more. Just make the body a little bit bigger and then make that monitor just a massive 5-inch monitor on the back of the camera. Like, people would have flipped. I knew we weren't gonna get internal ND filters. Would it be nice to have them? Of course, but I feel like there is maybe a way to solve this now with that triple base ISO. Like, can we even just make an ND filter that
triple
goes
base
between
ISO.
the sensor and the lens, and you just like have that ND filter in there at all times, and then just use the triple base ISO, kind of like I've been using my ND filters and just using the dual base ISO. I also think it's a bummer that when you first pick up the FX5, it just kind of feels the same. There's no like, whoa, this is crazy. In some ways that is good though also, because a lot of us are so used to the FX3, so it's just picking up the same camera basically, and maybe even some of your other accessories and rigs and stuff like that will work just as well with the FX5. But the most important thing, the brain of the camera, the sensor, all of that stuff is incredible. Like, it is so good. It is so much more than anybody basically needs. This is the best video camera anybody has ever made in this size. And it definitely beats the Nikon ZR easily, although a lot more expensive. It beats cameras like the Kinefinity Vista easily. It is way better than the FX3. It is better than all of the Canons, I can tell you right now. It probably even beats most of the high-end cinema cameras out there. I wouldn't be surprised. And if I had to pick one camera to use for the rest of my life right now, it would easily be the FX5. This is the new king of cameras.
Damn, that's high praise. I also use Z lenses. I think these common shills adapt E lenses and then are asking for fixes on weird issues with their E lenses. Hey, listen, I wouldn't complain about that, because anyone that's converting over to the Z mount, that's great as a Nikon shooter. You know, we gotta welcome all of those converters with open arms, so that Nikon will be more successful. And yeah, but I can see what you're talking about. Matty is not making any sense. He is successful on YouTube. That doesn't mean he knows anything about cameras. Yeah, I mean, he knows more than me. I'll say that much, right? So I tend to trust what he's saying, or not necessarily fully trust, but I respect his opinion, or I'll at least factor that in. But his needs are probably different from mine. His points I don't necessarily fully agree with, but I think I've also not had the Sony FX5 in my hand, and I also have very minimal experience with different types of cameras and so on. So I'm also not the best person to kind of take advice for that. You do notice that often when they complain about the autofocus on the ZR, then they mention they're using Sony lenses. To King BD says OpenGate specifically at 3.2 also allows you to use the full height of the sensor, so you can have better vertical deliverables for socials. Exactly, yeah. Dator says, I say goodbye for today. Have a nice evening. Thank you very much, Dator, for hopping in as always. I appreciate it very much. I appreciate your presence here. Thanks. Have a good evening. Have a guten Abend or something. Cat and Candle says, but how does it compare with bodies of similar price? That's a good question. Like, if you were to spend $6,000 for something else, what's the equivalent value you can get? Because I have no idea. In my world, I just think of it as like, yo, if it's like marginal improvement, or if most people, if like, it depends who your audience is, what you're trying to create content for. So if I'm trying to make content for YouTube, and if it's not noticeably better in quality, then it's harder to justify the cost. Now that 16-bit and like the higher dynamic range with the triple, whatever, like the base ISOs, that could be really useful for my travels, let's say, where it's like, oh, no matter what like lighting conditions I'm in, I should be able to still have the best results. That's a huge win. Like, the more situations where I'll be in unpredictable travel situations, and so the more I know I don't have to worry about missing a shot or ruining a shot because my camera can handle it, that's a huge win. That's worth money for sure. Fed says the brain of the camera, LOL, what beats the high-end cinema cameras? I want to know what this guy is smoking. That's a ridiculous claim. Listen, you got to be a bit, that's how they're successful, right? Sometimes you got to be a little bit opinionated. Blanket statement with no reservation. This camera is better than everything. Yeah.
It's just maybe not as exciting as I thought it was going to be.
Man, I will say the weird thing about this video, I can't voice it. But it's like this video has been confusing to me only from like the levels of hype mode and then also not sounding very excited. You know, it's like he sounds super hyped, but then also feels disappointed. And saying it's the greatest camera right now or the one that he would want to use if he had no other choice or whatever, or, you know, you can have any camera. But then saying that he's not that excited. You know, it's like it's a weird, I can't understand the dual, maybe he's got like the camera has a dual gain and a triple ISO. He's dealing with 2 to 3 dueling opinions here right now, which is quite fitting. But okay, so shout out to Mati Hapoya. At the very least, I'm excited that new cameras are coming out there. So hopefully every brand is trying to work on improving their products that are upcoming. I would love to see, improvements to the Nikon whatever's on the horizon, whether it's like cinema lenses or the successor to the ZR, or we've all been waiting for, what is it, the Nikon Z9 Mark II, the rumored one. That'd be cool. Let's see what they make adjustments from that.
Well, hello there.
Okay, finally, we're getting to Gerald Undone. Let me subscribe to him on this. And then, okay, we'll watch this. Whew. You can get a Blackmagic Pixis 12K for $6,000. Got it. I still can't believe those numbers. 12K, that's crazy to me. Or when Swiss Army Cinema, what was the camera he got that can shoot like 1,000 frames per second? I was like, damn. Aviator's laughing. Oh yeah, we need to keep editing. Fed says, BD says, also the dual gain option that's available when shooting at one of the base ISOs reads low gain and high gain at the same time, but only applies high gain in the shadows. That sounds good, right? So you're saying basically it can recognize both and then knows to increase. So it lifts the shadow area only in the dual gain mode or something. I don't know. Aviator says, thanks again for help with the dehancer suggestions. Sorry to bother / distract during the live stream. Never, no need to apologize for ever doing that. I'm doing the live stream. If anything, the live streams are boring when no one asks questions. Part of the reason I've been enjoying doing these live streams is because I can pretend to be socializing, because otherwise I'm stuck at home all day. So talking to my cats and that's it. So I appreciate every time you guys give me an opportunity to provide something or to respond back to you guys. So yeah, no need to apologize. Ask away. Fed says add another $1,000 and you get a Komodo X. Oh my God. So the Komodo X costs $7,000, but that's just for the body. BD says the readout speed also increases 2.1x when using that. Okay. Gerald Undone is going to go into the detail about the dual gain. Ooh, okay. So we're about to learn. We're doing a sit down and learning mode. Hold on. Are my cats here? Can we say hi? Hey, Nala. I think I just caught her doing something. Oh, look at her. Yeah, she knows how to present herself. She's finding the right camera angle. Oh, wait, no. I spoke too soon. Hey, pretty girl. Yeah, talking to you, Nala. Look at this pretty girl. Wow. Good girl. Yeah. All right, now we're turning into a cat stream. Is Kimpop here? Where's Kimpop? Okay, let's keep going. It's similar to what Panasonic does with the S1 Mark II and other cameras. Man, Fed, I'm going to be honest with you. I haven't heard the word Panasonic, I don't think, in years until you keep saying it on this stream. I'm trying to think, I think I've seen Panasonic when I was a child or something like that. So I didn't know they were still in the business. So I feel like I need to look into this S1 Mark II because it sounds like it's pretty powerful then. King says CVP probably has the best review, but it's a long video. Who's CVP? I haven't seen that one yet. They usually go pretty in depth. Okay, let's watch.
It's been a while.
Yo, look at his studio. Man, why does he have bananas in his on his top shelf? What is that a reference to? He's got all these guitars. Man, what a cool guy. Gerald seems like someone I wish I could hang out, grab a drink with. Maybe, you know, play something on his guitar if I could still remember.
Welcome to my new set. Well, this isn't exactly a set, but I put that camera, which isn't normally there, in the same spot that the camera was before when this was a set, so you could see how the space transformed. But now it's just a spot that I like hanging out in. And I do have a couple.
Is he Canadian? I definitely heard that. Oat. Hang out in.
Was a set, so you could see how the space transformed. But now it's just a spot that I like hanging out in. And I do have a couple cameras over here in case I want to live stream or whatever, which of course begs the question, Gerald, I thought you were retired. Why are you talking about cameras again? Well, I am retired.
Oh, I didn't watch that video. I think I saw it pop up, but I was busy or something. I haven't seen. I did see something where it's like, I'm retiring now. Panasonic brand, says BD, most of their cameras as Lumix. Oh, Panasonic brands most of their cameras as Lumix. Okay. I have seen Lumix before. More recently than when I was a child.
This is kind of the last chapter of my camera review period because this camera, or rather the Sony FX5 Mark II, was a long-awaited, much-anticipated camera, as well as Sony's camera that's going to have internal RAW and open gate and the successor to FX3 and all that stuff. We've been talking about it for a year, and after the release of the A7R6, which I didn't post a video on my channel, but I did do a collab with Mark Bennett, if you want to check that out. I did have the camera and I did test it. I was kind of waiting for this camera to sort of close the book, the final chapter on this sort of generation of Sony cameras. Now, I'm not going to do a thorough review. I'm just going to share the results from the tests that I wanted to do based on what piqued my curiosity. I'll leave the rest of the stuff to the other reviewers. And of course, this also gives me an opportunity to talk about Storyblocks, the sponsor of today's video.
Man,
now, the reason I brought up the A7R6 and why I was...
All these guys use Storyblocks. Maybe that's something I should look into. King says most of these cats you're watching live in Canada land. Okay.
Curious to
they live there, but they're certainly no David Cronenberg. Who the heck is David Cronenberg? I've heard the word Cronenberg from Rick and Morty. That's all I don't know.
This video in the first place is that the sensor, to a certain extent, on the A7R6 is actually the same one in the FX5. And I don't think this will be obvious to most people because the FX5 is marketed as a 5K video camera, and this is a, whatever it is, 60-something megapixel photo camera. But if you take the resolution of the A7R6, the horizontal and vertical resolution, and you divide both by exactly 2, you get the exact same resolution of this camera. And when you shoot in the 4K video modes of this camera, it's oversampled and read out from that 5K resolution, again, the one that's divided by like a 2x2 combination, which means the 4K video on this camera is extracted from the exact same sensor resolution and plane and everything as this camera. Now, there were some differences, which I was pleased to see, which means this isn't just an A7S3 to FX3 type of thing where you go, well, that's pretty much the same camera, but this one doesn't have a viewfinder, until multiple firmware updates later where the FX3 kind of carved itself out to be a little bit different. This one, right off the bat, this one is definitely more video focused. It has internal RAW, it has open gate recording, and also the method at which they've taken this sensor from the A7R6 and put it in this body, they did it in a way that allowed for more bandwidth, a more robust connection, and it allowed for actually slightly faster read speeds, which are going to be important when this thing ultimately gets its 4K to...
Okay, side question here. Actually, you know what? Let me finish my edit first.
40 firmware update.
Fed says filmmaker. Oh, David Cronenberg. Okay, so that is the right reference, right? Because I think the Rick and Morty reference was to some movie back in the day of some like monsters. Because then the whole thing was like you got Cronenberged or something. I don't know. BD says because they dole out more money to promote their service. Okay. Fed says his son also does films. Brandon Cronenberg. You might have seen The Fly or History of Violence, maybe. No. Are those? I've never heard of those.
Sometime in the future, it needed to be just that little bit faster. So this is kind of like an overclocked A7R6 in a way. And then they've also changed how the dual native ISOs interact, where on the A7R6, I think it was like 805,000. On this one, they did the 800 and 12,800 that people probably would have expected to shoot alongside their FX3. But then they also put in a third one, similar to the A7R6, at 4,000 to give you a little bit of a middle cleanup rather than having to go all the way from 800 to 12,800 to improve your image. But let's get into the rolling shutter and dynamic range results so I can show you what I'm talking about. Okay, so we'll start with the FX5 in the 4K 16:9 full frame mode. Now this one is read from the 5K full frame aspect of the sensor, which means it's full width.
Okay, I will pause then, because I'm trying to take notes about like lighting and you know, like lighting sets and studios and things like that, your face. And I feel like he's doing the things that I keep seeing people say you're not supposed to do, which is like how I'm doing my current studio setup. Like right now, the lighting is opposite where it should be. My understanding is like, let's say if I'm placed on this side, on the right side, I think for you guys, right? The far side of my face is what's supposed to be lit up by the key light, because it's supposed to be more appealing or you know, it's supposed to look better, more flattering. I'm not able to, because like I don't have space on this side to put the key light. I only had the space here, so I'm like whatever. But I think when I was watching how he's shooting earlier, it's like hard to tell because he's kind of centered a bit. But if I had to guess, he's like kind of slightly leaning to the left side of the image, ever so slightly. Or it's like weighted to the left side a bit more. And you see the depth over on the right side. But then his near side is lit up, right? So I don't know. I'm saying this without like judgment. It's more just like I feel like I keep hearing in terms of like the proper technique, it's supposed to be the far side that's lit. So I'm curious if the thought process. Fed says, yeah, Cronenberg kind of invented body horror and mixing it with media and how it warps our minds. Okay, so I am thinking the same thing, because it was like a Rick and Morty reference when all the like people of the world basically got turned into monsters and like really disgusting looking, like, you know, bloated something. BD says this person seems to gather all of their expertise from YouTube and thus in turn putting more YouTube slop into the world. This is just great. I like this guy, or I haven't seen too many of his videos, but he's got a very soothing way of talking. And again, BD, you're way more technical than I am for sure. So I'm sure you can follow along better than I can when I'm watching his videos, but he comes off as more technically astute than me. So then I'm like, oh, okay, interesting. Anyways, let's, where was I? Oh yeah, and then the other comment I was going to make is on this shot here, the close-up of his face. It's like his entire face is lit. And I'm trying to think, is that the proper lighting technique when you're doing like a super close-up crop? Or do you still follow some kind of, is there some rules or things where you should still kind of do like half your face is lit or not? I don't know.
This one is read from the 5K full frame aspect of the sensor, which means it's full width. But that 5K, again, is derived from a greater resolution, the 60 whatever megapixels of the A7R6. So it's kind of like a 2x2 pixel binning thing down to the 5K, then oversampled down to the 4K. And doing this, we get 5.7 milliseconds, which is a little bit faster than the 7 milliseconds or whatever we got in the A7R6. Again, consider it kind of overcranked compared to that camera. And it can do this because, again, of the better bandwidth and of the internal fan, the active cooling on this camera. And just like on the A7R6, you can turn on dual gain in certain modes. And when doing that, the read speed jumps up to 14.2 milliseconds, which is basically reading the sensor twice, you know, merging a high gain and a low gain mode to improve dynamic range and noise performance, which again, slightly faster than I think it was like 15 or.
Fed says he was talking about the binning right now. Ooh, I was not paying attention. So he's talking about the rolling shutter here. Okay, my bad.
Now this
let me
one
listen
is
again.
read from the 5K full frame aspect of the sensor, which means it's full width, but that 5K again is derived from a greater resolution, the 60 whatever megapixels of the A7R6. So it's kind of like a 2x2 pixel binning thing down to the 5K, then oversampled down to the 4K. And doing this, we get 5.7 milliseconds, which is a little bit faster than the 7 milliseconds or whatever we got in the A7R6. Again, consider it kind of overcranked compared to that camera. And it can do this because, again, of the better bandwidth and of the internal fan, the active cooling on this camera. And just like on the A7R6, you can turn on dual gain in certain modes. And when doing that, the read speed jumps up to 14.2 milliseconds, which is basically reading the sensor twice, you know, merging a high gain and a low gain mode to improve dynamic range and noise performance, which again, slightly faster than I think it was like 15 or 16 milliseconds on the A7R6. Now the A7R6 was already great to get 15 milliseconds in a dual gain mode. So this is even better that it's scoring 14.2. But of course, this camera now has an open gate mode, which is the full 3:2 aspect ratio of the sensor. And in that mode, with dual gain, because you can do both open gate and dual gain in internal RAW, you get 18.4 milliseconds. So this is the slowest this sensor gets, 18.4 milliseconds with everything maxed out. But then if you turn off dual gain and you shoot just the 5K open gate, it's 8.5 milliseconds, which is really, really, really good for an open gate internal RAW mode.
Okay, this is the final image, I think. Decided for this one, I want to do the whole 16:5 aspect ratio. Super dark, but I kind of liked it. It's almost like a little bit midway cut. None of these subjects are super sharp, so I didn't want to make it overly bright anyways, but there's just enough sharpness on these, at least the two kids that are like kind of chill with each other type vibes. So I wanted just a touch of light coming through from the right side to balance out the dark on the left. And then at least you can see just enough that there's a crowd of kids and people further down the road. But yeah, it's just like it's a whatever shot. I don't mind it. I like it. I think this is the right aspect ratio for it. It probably could look better if I cropped in a bit more. But like I said, the actual quality of the image is not the best. It's not very sharp on the kids. So I didn't want to like have it too focused in for that reason. So yeah, we'll keep it at this kind of super wide mode. Fed says 14.2 is a bit wobbly for a handheld. Okay.
To be able to do an 8.5 milliseconds. It's pretty solid. Now, before we move on to the dynamic range results, I want to take a quick minute to thank Storyblocks for sponsoring this video. So Storyblocks is a stock media library where every asset is made by a professional filmmaker, artist, or musician. They don't accept AI-generated content, which means not only is the entire library 100% human-made, but that every download directly supports an actual working artist. They bring together high-quality stock footage, music, sound effects, and motion graphics templates into a single, easy-to-navigate platform filled with tools to make your creative ideas come to fruition faster. Everything you download is royalty-free, pre-licensed, and ready for personal, commercial, or monetized projects with no worrying about usage rights. The library is deep and diverse with unlimited downloads, and best of all, for a limited time, Storyblocks is offering 15% off any annual plan, but that discount is only available through my link. So to get access to this human-made stock library that's built for creators, head to storyblocks.com/undone or click the link in the description.
Human-made.
Okay, so for dynamic range. If you don't know, I use a chart called the Xyla.
King says Komodo X has no wobbles. Wobbledy. Just go ahead and get one. 1KX is less than a 400 2.8. Yo, guys, I'm spending too much money, all right? What do yeah, I need to spend money on a Starlink. That's a higher priority.
21, which has patches of light that descend in intensity that you can film, and then you take those results and you put it through a program called Imatest. Along the top of most of these charts, you'll see what I recorded. So for this first example here, it's the FX5 shooting an XOCN, so that's the internal RAW in 5K open gate.
See, this is like so technical. It's insane. So he could say whatever, and I'm just going to be like nodding along like, yeah, whatever you say, man. I totally get it. Not really. Just quick pause here. I'm trying to figure out which of these photos to edit. Because I don't want to edit too many of them. Now, the thought process here is like what tells a good story, especially as I start cropping in. What is considered sharp? Here, it could be interesting because we get the dust kicking up, but the angle is not necessarily the best. Yeah, so this one's just like a whatever shot. Here it starts to get interesting because you're getting a little bit more of an understanding of how many people are on this, as well as you can see there's a bit of an angle to the truck itself. So it almost starts to feel like it's in a precarious situation, like it might tip over. So I think that adds to a kind of like a story element, but it's also, like partially covered up, which could be an interesting framing. Like there's nothing wrong with that. It could actually look nice to have it somewhat obstructed and having this kind of green, blurry foliage act as like, a vignetting to the shot. So that could be useful. And I think there's still a good enough resolution. It's not the sharpest on the kid here, but I do think that the kid on the far end needs to be a part of that story because he's having the time of his life here. So I would like to capture that. Now this one, you get the full on like, this thing looks like it's literally about to fall over. So from a from that perspective, this is probably the better shot. Unfortunately, my focus was fully off. Like, I don't think it looks like it's more on the middle of the vehicle. So the kid on the right is definitely not as much a part of the story, or I'll have to see what I can salvage. But the focus point is not necessarily on the right person here. But the angle of the car is great. So that's like my struggle. Here, okay, so now we still have a clean image, but the focus is still off of the kid. Now, thankfully, he is smiling, so that's visible. But the focus somewhere here. Okay, this one could be the winner just because there's these two little girls on the right side. So normally I would say it's probably best to have nothing and just focus on the truck. But just the presence of these two girls and like the little girls with the uniform, and they're both staring at this truck, you know, as well. I feel like it does add to the story. So I think this might be the money shot. Let's just see. This one, unfortunately, they're cropped there. Here, it's starting to get better focus. So from just a pure, which one is the best for the truck shot, this is probably a little bit better. But unfortunately, I think I do want to keep the kids in the side of the road now. Decisions. Looks decently sharp. And then I'll probably edit this one just because it's a vertical, just to change things up. Okay. I had to talk it out, but I think I know which one I'll focus on. It's probably this one here. We'll do some cropping. Okay. ZR is around 9 milliseconds in 6K, says Fed. At that point, it's pretty good. And 6 milliseconds in 4K DX crop. At 6 milliseconds is basically like shooting global shutter. Fed says, yeah, what is it now? 7K for a Komodo. 6 milliseconds is what the Venice does, I think. BD says Venice 2 readout speed is just under 3 milliseconds. Damn. I just got an ad from a camera shop in Norway about a Sony and Fuji campaign with a trip to Masai Mara. They mentioned the FX5, of course. I need to start marketing some trips, man. Too many things I need to get done.
At ISO 800, which is the lowest base ISO, with noise reduction turned off. That's a cool thing, by the way. You can turn noise reduction off on this camera, something that most, FX3 type cameras don't have. And then over here you have slope-based DR, which is the total stops dynamic range of the detected, which in this case is 14. And then the numbers below that are...
Quick thought here. As I'm focusing on the cropping for this particular shot, my initial... Okay, so my instinct is that I shouldn't do too wide of I shouldn't make it too widescreen, right? I'm not sure. I think it's something to do with like I want to maximize and amplify the height of this vehicle. So if I do too wide, it might flatten it or kind of not fit nicely with the top and the bottom. So I feel like this leans more into either portrait mode, or we might try that 4x5 again. Maybe that. So it's still landscape, but not as much. I don't like doing 1x1s. So I think, yeah, maybe this is what we'll do. We'll do like a 4x5. Or is it 5x4? I'm assuming 5x4 is the right language. Yeah, okay, we're going to do this. So it's just ever so slightly wider than tall, but not too much. What exactly is... sorry. BD says the original Venice is pretty slow at 10 milliseconds full frame and 5 if you do 4K crop. Fed's asking, what exactly is the FX3 style camera? Pretty much any camera outside of Sony can turn off either most or all noise reduction. I swear some of these guys are so used to running defense for Sony. I like hearing you guys, your thoughts on this because like, I just don't know enough to really say yay or nay. I'm just like, okay. But I like it because it's
so if you look at the medium, for example, that would be a signal noise ratio of 2. And in that case, we get 11.5 stops. This is a good number to compare of how many good clean stops we have. Now, if we put the noise reduction back on to its default medium setting, we still get the 14 total stops, but the medium score jumps up to 11.9. That gives you an idea of how much the sort of default noise reduction at ISO 800 is doing. But if we put it in dual gain mode, the slope-based DR stays around the same, 14.2, but the medium score jumps up to 14, which means now we're getting 14 clean usable stops when dual gain mode is enabled with the noise reduction on medium. And even if we turn noise reduction off in the dual gain 5K open gate XOCN mode, we still keep 13.9 stops on the medium. And then I took it off RAW and put in the XAVC-SI, which is the all-intra codec, again in 4K, ISO 800 with noise reduction on medium. And we got 14.9 stops total with 12.8 clean stops. And this is usually what happens when you compare RAW to a non-RAW codec, because RAW is generally noisier than a non-RAW mode. And in this case, we're seeing results similar to what we would see on, you know, like an FX3 or an Alpha camera, where you don't have, you can't shoot RAW and you don't have control over noise reduction. You would see something like this, like 15 stops with high 12s on the medium. But then I bumped it up to ISO 12,800 so we could see how that top third base ISO performs. And we got really good results, 14.6 and 12.7. So hardly any dip in the medium score going from ISO 800 to ISO 12,800. And then I thought it'd be good to test the FX3 at the same time to compare how its ISO 12,800 performs, because I assume a lot of people want to know, how's the low light compared to my FX3? And the answer is the FX5 is better. The FX3 got a 12.3 at ISO 12,800 from 14.2 stops total, where the FX5 got 12.7. So at 12,800, the low light performance is actually better on the FX5 than it is on the FX3. And lastly, if we shoot dual gain mode at ISO 800 with noise reduction on medium in the all intra 4K mode, we get 14.7 stops total with 14 stops on the medium. Now, next up, I want to talk a little bit about color and image quality. Now, this is the part of the video where I usually promote my own LUTs. And I'm going to do...
Oh, see, he's doing the thing that I need to think about as well. He's got multiple camera angles mid-shoot, or like as he's talking, oh wait, hold on, maybe he just did it and I wasn't paying attention. Is he recording with two cameras at the same time and he flips over? Let's see.
Color and image quality. Now, this is the part of the video where I usually...
Oh, no. Okay. But still, doing a separate camera angle for different moments, I should do more of that kind of stuff instead of always talking to the camera in front of me. I appreciate Gerald doing his test, but outside of that, I don't really care much for his opinions on cameras or gear. He just uses the gear in his basement mainly. Oh yeah, actually, I have no idea like what he does for, like, I guess I've only seen his review videos, so I don't know like if he does films of his own or like, yeah, anything really. I mean, looks like he's a musician. That's cool.
Promote my own LUTs. And I'm going to do that in this video as well, because I've made updated LUTs for the FX5. Now, I will say that you could probably just throw the A7R6 LUTs on them and it'll work almost identically because the color was so close. But I do have updated LUTs for the A7R6, the FX5, and the FX3. Now, if you've already bought my LUTs, you're going to get an upgrade for all of these, and the FX5 one will get sent to you for free. But if you're just buying the LUTs now, the FX5 will be included in that pack. What they offer, basically, if you've never heard of them before, is really accurate, like technically accurate color and sort of a baseline standard in Rec 709 to bring all the cameras to the same sort of neutral point. So if you're mixing between Sony cameras or even cameras from other systems that I offer LUTs for, they should all match quite well compared to what they would with the manufacturer's LUTs. Anyway, link in the description, geraldandunn.com/LUTs. But that also kind of wraps up the color section. I would normally go into the details of how the color's different, but if you look at these two images, it's pretty much identical between the A7R6 and the FX5, which means the FX5 falls more in line with the latest color ideas that Sony's had and is a little bit different than what the FX3 would have if you're coming from an FX3, in which case something like my LUTs would be handy for matching them. But if you want to see on a vector scope what the FX3 versus FX5 looks like, here's the differences between them. And you can see that if I switch over to the A7R6, produce pretty much the same image as they should, like I said, since they're using the same sort of base layer of the sensor. And if we go into a detail shot here, you can see what I mean. When I compare the A7R6 to the FX5, we're getting pretty much the same amount of detail in the same image, again, as we should, because that's only logical. But I also wanted to compare it to the FX3, because when the A7R6 came out, I heard some complaints that the image seemed soft in 4K to some reviewers. And I think maybe they were comparing it to 8K and 7K oversampled cameras, which is fair because the A7R6, is marketed more as one of those cameras. But I guess the tricky part is the A7R6 in video mode is actually operating more like an FX3 or FX5 and not like an A7 IV, which is a 7K oversample for 4K video. It's not doing that.
That's the word, oversample. What I kept saying upscale. Okay, earlier I was like, I forget the word. I'm using the wrong one. But I was saying like, okay, with the Nikon Z9, ZR, all the Z8s, all of them, when it comes to like shooting 4K, you have the option to oversample. Okay, but that was the word, not upscale. Fed says, I think he records with like 4 Sonys at once. He does film local sports for kids, I think. At least he did, because he did use it as an example way back for a camera, from what I remember. Gotcha.
It's binning down to 5K and then oversampling from that. So I thought, let's instead compare the detail to the FX3, because they're shooting Hollywood movies on an FX3, so clearly there's enough detail to do that. And as you can see, I think it's the same or probably even slightly better than the FX3. So is the 4K video soft? No, not at all. It's not any softer than an FX3. In fact, it's a little bit sharper. But it is softer than, 7K photo cameras that are oversampled, or some of the competitors, again, 7K oversampled cameras. But again, you're going to have trade-offs there, right? You're not going to get a camera that's going to read as fast as this camera and be oversampling, truly oversampling from those things. So you have to choose between sharpness and detail or read speed. I would probably choose a camera that's more balanced like this, since I've seen the results of an FX3, which again is even slightly softer. I've seen them on an IMAX screen and they look perfectly fine in terms of detail. So I'd rather have the faster camera that still looks good enough for IMAX than a 7K oversampled camera that is too slow. I will say though that if your primary purpose is content creation on the internet, then those oversampled images might actually be a little bit better, the 7 and 8K oversampled ones, because they cut through the YouTube compression a little bit better than a 4 and 5K image would. I find you kind of have to add sharpness to everything for YouTube, but you might have to add a little bit more for a camera like the FX5. So that's it as far as my test results. I think the camera performs really well when it comes to the testing. I do have some notes though on my personal experience with using it, and we got a 12.3 at ISO, so 12,000.
I did the same thing. I jump ahead because apparently YouTube uses the number. Okay, I'll have to find out where I was. Okay, this shot looks good though. I'm kind of happy with this one. I don't think we'll do anything else to it, so we are Gucci on this shot. Let's take a look. Yeah, I like it. It's got like a nice vintage. I added. This might have been the 35mm grain, but yeah, it's just an interesting moment. So I'm glad the colors look good on this. We retained a little bit of the. We retained the 2 girls on the bottom right just to add a bit of a unique story to it. They're slightly dark. I didn't want to make it too bright on them because they're sitting right under the shade. So you can see like under their feet. They're planted right in the darkest part of this like shade. So I thought it might look a bit too unnatural if they're slightly too bright on the image. Plus it's almost like a nice little catch. Your eyes will obviously go to the truck first where the light is here. So you see the little kid here dangling and having the time of his life. And then eventually you do lean into that empty space that doesn't feel too empty because there's 2 little girls standing there. And they seem to briefly, you can kind of make out an expression like they're just kind of looking up, either not impressed or a bit nervous at like, what the hell are we looking at? So yes, I'm happy with this shot. We're doing some good stuff here. Fed says, or maybe they were comparing it to cameras that shoot RAW that's not downsampled. Most cameras can shoot without downsampling now. What movies were shot on FX3 besides that one film several years back that everyone keeps mentioning? Oh, I know it, because I never finished that movie. It's a sci-fi one, right? But yeah. It's like saying Hollywood movies are shot on iPhone now, when in reality it's happened a few times to get that specific look. Yo, I was so impressed. We watched that video, was it yesterday? The video we watched yesterday of the breakdown of adolescence. And what did they say? They shot it all with the DJI Ronin 4D something something. I'm making up numbers now. But that was like that was crazy, right? And with a single fixed lens the entire time. So who knows? If that might have broken the rules a bit, and maybe stuff like that will be more popularized. Although with the FX3, that's been around for years, so they have no excuse to not have more. Actually, no, both have been out for a while. Okay, I don't know what I'm saying. My point is, I hear what you're saying, Fed, but I'm curious, like, what will be the next camera that does break into like Hollywood style and kind of changes, like, yeah, groundbreaking camera technology that becomes adopted by Hollywood. It's like saying Hollywood movies are shot on an iPhone. Did I read that? No. It's like, when in reality it's happened a few times to get that specific look. Gotcha. Aviator says, dude, you were the most humble person ever. These photos are mind-blowing, Nobel Prize level. Hells yeah. Well, no, I mean, thank you. That's good to hear. Am I the most humble person? I mean, there's a lot of people in the world, okay? It's not that I'm super humble. It's just, I don't know. Well, listen, thank you. I appreciate it. One of these days, I'm going to start being more confident. I think there's a difference between humble and having low confidence. I think I got over that part a few years back. I stopped feeling, insecurity. I stopped feeling insecure years back. I think I got to a point as you get older, you realize like, who are you trying to prove your worth to? And I realized a lot of my energy was trying to prove myself to others. And then once that moment clicks that you have nothing to prove to others and you've already and once you feel like you proved enough to yourself, then everything else is like, okay, we're past the finish line. The rest of life almost is like meaningless in the sense of like, I don't need to keep striving for more success. I've already succeeded in being someone I'm proud to be. And then everything else is fine and dandy and fun now. It's like, I want to learn as much as I can. If I fail at it, I don't care. It's just, it's just fun little endeavors. But so that would not mean humble. So in that sense, I am like a confident person in myself, in my value and my worth, which would be the opposite of humble, I guess. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm just kind of riffing off of your compliment. Thank you. I accept your compliment, but not the Nobel Prize. We're going for that YobelPrize, hold on, let me just get off of that. BD says all of this consumer nonsense on real blockbusters is basically moot. Crazy directors are to blame, and they make it 10 times harder on the camera department and the rest of the crew. Because their idea of practicality doesn't apply to how a camera department actually works and just wants to fulfill their vision of nonsensical fascination. BD, I'm curious what your thoughts would be then on adolescence. Because we were watching that video breaking down how they filmed it. And it was just like so insane because it does seem like it was super intense. Like the ability or having to coordinate, doing the handoffs, doing single takes for everything. And I wonder, in some ways, if it does simplify things for the crew. So like, whether it's from a lighting or whatever department perspective. But then in other ways, it's probably on another level of intense and complicated and all that. Aviator says this photo on screen, it needs to be in a National Geographic magazine or something. It's way too good to not be seen. People need to see your work. Hells yeah, man. Well, listen, I was about to say, I'm like Jesus. I was going to say, Jesus started with 12, right? And then from those 12, they just went out there and, evangelized. I'm laughing at myself for even going, if I'm going to compare myself to Jesus, I got to let my hair down first before I say it. But the point I was trying to make is with a few, there were many, right? So all it takes is people like you, Aviator, who I appreciate everything you're saying. Go out there, tell your mom and dad or whoever else to watch my videos, and then that will double the views, and then triple, and then boom, 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 and all of a sudden, boom, National Geographic finally we get into their radar, right? But thank you. Fed says DJI 4D. Okay, that was the name. What did I say? DJI Ronin 4 or something? Okay. DJI 4D is a full frame camera. It's not fixed. You can even change the sensor on it. 6K and 8K. It's a pretty big, heavy camera with the gimbal built in. It's a cinema camera. Gotcha. Yeah. Them shooting adolescents and also that Civil War movie using that camera is not strange. Civil War. Have I seen that movie? Is that the one with Jesse Plemons? Should I watch that tonight? I think I should watch that tonight. Fed says Jesus bribed people with fish and wine though, didn't he? Yeah. A little bit of bribery, you gotta grease the wheels a bit. And bread too, yeah. BD says we worked on a project like that with the same exact director for Netflix. It was literal hell, especially in the middle of New York City. It's not really too hard. It's just blocking at the end of the day, but still, why? I can understand the fascination of doing groundbreaking stuff or like trying to feel novel with what you do. But I can also, I just realized, I think my cat scratched me. Huh. Or you guys can't see it. Anyways, I think I also understand what your point is, BD, where like if you are going to do something that's groundbreaking or whatever, you have to factor in like how, like Christopher Nolan, right? There's got to be a fine line where I'm assuming he's doing crazy stuff all the time, right? We watched that video of like, this is the first time they're doing that IMAX all the way through, and they got custom cameras built, and they had to build all this extra stuff just to get it right. And he doesn't like doing CGI, so oftentimes you're out there and you gotta, you know, it's like all this stuff you have to do to get it for his vision. And so if you're not mindful of how that can be grinding and, you know, just like almost oppressive from a work environment perspective to the crew, because they're not going to get the glory, right? They're not going to get the award at the end of the day, or the, you know, the fame and stuff. So then like, how do you make sure that if people are on there, one, they're invested in whatever craziness you're trying to do, but then two, how do you make sure to compensate them enough that it's worth it to them? I'm saying this without knowing anything. Like, I haven't heard a single person saying like, oh man, Christopher Nolan, piece of shit, like tough to work with or anything. By all accounts, it sounds like he, you know, obviously he's a level of genius, but he's someone you want to work with. So bring out the best in everyone. Aviator says, I really wish I had that kind of pull to get Nat Geo's attention. Me too, man. You and me both. Jeez. It's basically a camera and a gimbal in one. It even has compensation for the shaking when you walk. That guy who did the Adolescence video we watched has a lot of fun videos on the DJI Ronin 4. Yeah, I did subscribe to him, so hopefully some of his videos will pop up. DJI Ronin 4D is a literal horrid camera. Whoa, I haven't seen that word being used in a sentence in a long time. So thank you for using it. We have asked time and time again to gain access to the APIs, and they are not receptive. Oh, interesting. I never thought of it from that perspective of like, what does it take to use certain cameras for a big production? Okay, their little control monitor is not an effective way for controlling the camera, and then there's so many limitations. Yeah, I mean, I've never used it. It sounded like from the video we watched yesterday, that was some of the things they mentioned, or they had to create some custom stuff, and the main host who was doing the interview, I think he had mentioned like, hopefully DJI will watch this video and they'll be like, you know, more flexible, or will look to, you know, take in some of the feedback from what was said. So hopefully, I mean, hopefully DJI is gonna open up on that. Fed says, I would not want one. The rolling shutter should be much faster for a gimbal camera like that, preferably global. Yeah, in some ways maybe it could be considered a gimmick, but they pulled it off, right? So it goes from gimmick to like game changing, I guess.
The
right,
low light performance is actually better on the FX. All
right, before we do that though, thanks again. I'm happy with this shot. And yeah, this, oh guys, okay, let me pause and I want to show you guys something. BD says, also, at what point does doing a whole oneer every episode all the time, it dilutes the intentionality and purpose of it? It starts to not serve the story anymore. I think I would agree with you. How many episodes was Adolescence? I don't think it was that many, right? I think I would agree with you if it was like a super long series or like a continuation, like, oh, it's going to happen every so often. But it was very much like a, you know, there's what's the word I'm looking for when it's a mini series? Is that the right term? Or it's just meant to be a single season, right? So for with that in mind, it was just like a super long movie, I guess, in some ways. And I think they did a good job where each episode felt like they were in different environments each time. So like you're doing single takes for completely different, and like, you know, we were watching, I forgot so much about this show, but like switching over to a drone mode or chasing, you know, like driving to the other part of the neighborhood and picking it back up and stuff. There's some like interesting things there. And there was enough where like the emotions changed from episode to episode, right? Like, so you're able to grab some of the raw emotion of some of the actors. Oh yeah, like the single takes allowed you, like one episode you're focusing on the dad and like his raw emotions throughout, then the other one you're focusing on like the interrogation and the kid. The kid really shines in like a single take episode. But man, then again, I don't remember all the details, so I should watch it again. Yeah, if a lot of directors were to do that same thing of like doing these one one single take shots, then it becomes and then it gets old, right? It becomes a fad, or now it's like, okay, really, is this a new norm? But they got lucky, or I don't want to say lucky, but there was no other show like that got the amount of attention, right? As far as I know. So, and they sold the gimmick, let's just say. They did it well. The story was compelling. The actors were fantastic. Clearly, they were very thoughtful, and they thought through everything around how they're going to film this and all that kind of stuff. So they pulled it off, I guess. But if everyone started to do it, I could see how it would just dilute the quality and the expectations. Aviator says, I emailed Nat Geo with title Future Photographer of the Year. Of the decade. Come on, man. It would be a travesty if this person did not get hired, contacted by National Geographic. Please, I'm begging you, get this to the right eye so that his work is not leveraged. Well, his work, yeah. Well, thank you. I don't know if you're joking or not, but I don't even know what email National Geographic has. But BD says oneers are, oh, there's a term. I thought, okay, they're called oneers. Oneers are meant to be intentional and be immersive in a way. At the midpoint of Sinners is an extremely effective use of a oneer, even though it's not actually one. What was the oneer shot in Sinners? Was it the dance scene, maybe? Or like when everyone's indoors and the music scene, maybe? That was a great movie, too. I really enjoyed that. DJI Ronin 4D with the OG 6K sensor can be had for about 5,000 euros. So cheaper than the FX5, so you could get one to shoot adolescents, too. Yeah. Aviator says, correction. Please, I'm begging you, get this to the right eye so that his work is leveraged and seen by the world. I was going to say, I was like, yo, if you sent an email to them, and the last line you said there was, get this to the right eye so that his work is not leveraged. I'm like, yo, you better rescind that email pronto. BD says, yes, where the spirits of past and present appeared. Okay. Oh, yeah. That was fantastic. Oh, BD, have you seen the Odyssey? I'd be curious your thoughts without spoilers and stuff. I watched it on Sunday. I gave it like a proper 9 out of 10 is what I said. And I don't want to like speak too much on it because it just came out. I'm assuming a lot of people still want to watch it and stuff. But it was definitely worth watching in IMAX for sure. Like, Jesus, it makes you realize like, yo, how could you watch this not in IMAX? So much gets cropped out. And it's like, yeah, I would say 9 out of 10 is what I give it. I want to rewatch it to kind of solidify if it's a 9. There were some things that I think could have made it a 10, but those are like wishful thinkings in my mind, or like where I wanted a bit more of an emotional hit, let's say, or some other twist or an angle that they could approach some of the stories. But like, man, it was a fantastic. I loved watching it. BD says the director of Adolescence was really tired of being locked in that space even by the time it came to our project, and was initially unwilling to take it on out of fear of asking for that to be done every single project he picks up. Oh yeah, once you do it once, maybe everyone just assumes that's your stick, and then it's like being a TV actor for a hit series, and then no one hires you after for anything else. Fed says 7 out of 10 for me. I like parts of it. I'm curious to hear more your opinion. Maybe later, because again, it's like too soon since the movie came out. I don't want to like accidentally spoil too many stuff. I really enjoyed watching it though. Like I said, I think from a story part, I think a lot of it felt very straightforward. How about that? I felt like it wasn't like trying to do plot twists or crazy stuff. It was trying to adhere to the original epic, let's say, or like, staying within the lanes of a traditional story. Fed says we watched in IMAX. Yeah, me too. I don't know which IMAX, but we watched in IMAX. It was incredible to watch there. Although the one comment I made was I didn't know if it was the speaker system in the IMAX theater itself, but like at times when it like the loud scenes, it was like blowing out the speakers. So it's just straight up crackling and stuff. And I was like, damn, like turn it down a bit. BD says, yes, I went to the New York premiere and saw it last week. It was wonderful. Really respect Christopher Nolan and absolutely praise Hoyt van Hoytema. Yeah, that dude is like a bear. I remember we've been watching a lot of behind the scenes videos as I've been editing photos, and they were showing him as like the new DP after whichever movie. And he was like it was for Interstellar, I think. And you see him hand holding the IMAX camera, and Christopher Nolan was talking about how impressed he was that he was even doing that. But yeah, great stuff. The movie I'm most excited for right now though is Dune 3. I cannot wait. Fed says, I'm often have bad reactions to Hollywood doing historical or mythical stories like this. The movies might be well made, but they mangle the stories. You know what? That's probably true. From all accounts, though, it sounded like Christopher Nolan did do like extensive research to try to adhere to the proper storyline, or if he deviates, maybe like with intentionality. I came in that pretty blind. It's been a while since I read any of the Greek mythology stuff, so I just kind of was there for the adventure. But there were, yeah. Anyways, yeah. Yeah. What was I gonna say about that? Doesn't matter. That's just how Christopher Nolan wants his EFX mix to sound in every single film. He wants it pushed to near illegal levels. Jesus, man. I mean, everyone's got their thing, right? Oh, so guys, I wanted to show you. I've been struggling to figure out what is the right approach to. I want to create a repeatable template that I can post to like Instagram stories or Reels or YouTube Shorts based on my live streams when I'm editing photos. So for example, even from today's session, right? Let me just play it for you guys.
Can turn noise reduction off on this camera, something that most, FX3 type cameras don't have. And then over here you have slope-based DR, which is the total stops dynamic range of the detected, which in this case.
Okay, so while I was editing, just as an example, I recorded my screen. So I was doing this in OBS. So I have this kind of vertical format. It's like a 3-panel recording. So on the bottom, you can see me. On the top is the photo that I'm editing within Lightroom. And in the middle, I left it intentionally blank because that's where I was thinking I would put some, like either the raw image itself or whatever. And so then it would just be like a time lapse where you can see me working on the images. And then I'll pick and choose whichever photo. If the photo turns out really cool, then that could be one that I want to post. But basically, you can see that I was working on the image and then eventually getting to the final output and then showing the before and after. So that was kind of like the thought process behind like, okay, can we do this like 3-panel system? Then I can maximize or at least be more, I can extract more value from my live streams where it's not just like the video itself, you can see me editing, but if I pre-record, or not pre-recorded, but if I record some of these moments, then that can turn into more content, let's say, right? So I want to show you guys one that I finished. I woke up this morning and I had an epiphany. And so I hope you guys like this format because there's a few things I was tossing around. This is not going to be a proper tutorial video. You're not going to hear a voiceover of me breaking down step 1, do this, step 2, do that, then apply this thing. Because I'm not ready for that yet. It was just meant to be like, how can I entertain by showing a before and after of one of my photos but also showing that there was work behind the scenes, and maybe it's a way to promote the live stream as well because you can see like, hey, this is something I was editing from my recent live stream. So it's meant to be more entertaining, but showing at the end of the day, hopefully a really nice photo that I edit and showing the journey to get there. So with that premise out of the way, let me see if I can find the video itself. Give me a second. But I literally woke up this morning, had this epiphany, and I started working on this all freaking day. Here it is. Okay, so here's my thoughts, because I can do this on a few. Oh, Aviator says email sent. Wait, are you joking or not? I think I missed a few messages. Let me see here. I legit sent the email. Oh, well, damn. Thank you very much. Hopefully they will respond. You never know. Maybe something will hit. Man, dude, I do appreciate that you appreciate my work enough that you would do that. That means a lot. Fed says he did extensive research and then deviated constantly to fit it with his style of making things more grounded in reality, like he did with Batman also, for example. You know what, Fed? What are your thoughts on the movie The Green Knight? Because I really enjoyed watching that. I was actually starting to rewatch it again, and I got distracted. Because that's like a very mythological film as well, right? And I felt like I really enjoyed how open-ended it made it feel at times, or like kind of like surreal. Cat and Candle says, I enjoyed the Odyssey. Yeah, I thought it was, like I said, I'm giving it a proper 9 out of 10 right now. Beatty says the sound mixers who have worked with him absolutely hate it. Yeah, man. I was like, what the hell? Like, do you have to blast it this much? I don't know. Yeah. Fez says, I enjoy Homer's Odyssey. I was not as enthused with Nolan's Odyssey. The comment, I'm going to keep making this comment because I thought it was kind of funny. They should make the Odyssey a TV show and it should run for 10 years, right? I just feel like that should be the thing to do. And that way you don't rush through any of the stories and you honor the 10 years. Also, digital IMAX is a complete fraud. I have no idea what that means really. Okay, so let me play this for you guys. So here's my epiphany. From my most recent trip to Uganda and Tanzania, every time I took a photo, it should almost be every single time. Every time I took one of my key photos, I did record the behind the scenes using my Osmo Nano. So you can see like the front, the first person point of view of the exact moment. So what I was thinking is I can create that into a template where there's 3 sections to each of these videos. There's the moment, then there's the edit, and then there's the shot, right? Initially, I was going to say the shot, then the edit, then the art. So it's like showing how there's 2 parts to creating your art. You've got the moment of actually the art of shooting for photography, right? So you have the people who believe in shooting as like what creates the art, and obviously I agree, but that's only half the equation. The other half is actually sitting down with the image and then editing it, right? And then breathing life into the photo. That's what I believe. I find almost equal value in the actual act of shooting as much as the act of editing the shot afterwards in the post-production. And so I want to talk about how like it takes 2 to create the final art, let's say. I decided not to use the word art because it sounds a bit too pretentious. So I went with part 1 is grabbing the moment. So here's the moment itself. Then it's part 2 is showing the editing process. And then the final reveal is the shot itself, right? So that's kind of the thought process. And then I was thinking like, yo, I have all of these behind the scenes recorded of every one of my key shots. So what if I create a series where you start with the behind the scenes, so the moment, then you see the time lapse of me in my studio as I'm editing, and then show the reveal at the end of the shot itself once it's finalized. So I hope you guys enjoy it. Let me just play it. I know this is probably, the music is probably going to be copyright, so I'll have to get rid of it afterwards. But then that's the other thing. Now I can use, I love finding really hype music, so I'll keep doing that for every subsequent video that I make in the series. I'll use like nice hype music each time. So here we go. Okay, so you got this. Then you see the edit. And then you see the reveal, right? And then it's the way I'm playing with it, I'm trying to make it loop. So then as the last beat plays out, if the video repeats, obviously, then it just feels like you can keep watching. But basically, yeah, it's not meant to be like a crazy, cinematic this or that. But I just wanted something that's a rinse and repeat template where now I can just replace each of these key segments. But it also feels like it's got a structure that's understandable. So it's like each time I'm showing the behind the scenes, the moment. So whatever it is, in this case, obviously it was the shoe bill. Behind the scenes, then we just go right into, I just do a little shutter sound when I click the photo, and then I just start to fade in the time lapse. So now you see that there was an actual human behind this. And also I can show my face and be more of a content creator. Also that it's not AI. So that's another little thing we're leaning into these days. But then, yeah, so then the middle part is just meant to show what the editing process looks like. And then of course at the end, as the beat drops or whatever, then I show the nice before and after effect. And then depending on the shot itself, maybe I'll do like a bit more of this like full screen mode so you can kind of see it a bit better. So anyways, that's my current thought. I hope you guys like it. Obviously give me some feedback. I haven't posted this yet. I think I'm going to make a few of these so that way I can just pump them out consistently. As I don't know, reels or shorts or whatever is most effective. But then, yeah, so imagine every one of these photos, if you've been watching me for the past week or two, or the past 2 to 3 weeks as I've been editing all of these key photos, even the one we just did right here, right? The ones that turn out the best, my goal is hopefully exactly like what I said, I'll create it into like a 15, 20 second video to show the time lapse of how we got to the final shot. So yeah, anyways, let me know your thoughts. Charlie, yo, what's happening? We got Charlie Paris in the chat. Welcome back. Says, hello, joining a little late today. No worries. I started a little early today, so it's just, I guess I'm going a bit longer as well. How's it going, Charlie? Long time no see. Not that long, but hopefully you're doing well. Today we've been just kind of doing some casual photo edits while watching videos about the recent announcement of the Sony FX5. So we only watched 2 videos. We only got to 1.5. We watched Mati Hapoya's video, and now we are watching Gerald Undun's video reviewing it. Let's see. Fed says, I really like the Green Knight. It was so surreal, so I really didn't have issues with it deviating at times. I love that surreal aspect. One comment I made to my buddy after the video, or after watching the Odyssey, I was saying, like, I could see, I don't know who the actor, I don't know who the director of the Green Knight is, but whoever that director was, I could totally see that person being the director for the Odyssey. Like if we had that person's style of the Green Knight, but now flip out, you know, instead of a King Arthur story or whatever, if it's now the Odyssey, I like the vibe of the Green Knight. That kind of, like, I don't even know what you say, like that very eerie, surreal, you know, feeling to it. If that was done on an Odyssey movie, I would be super happy with that as well. BD said the 15 perf, what is that, perforation? The 15 perforation 70mm projection makes all the difference. Oh, so okay, so that's the proper way you're saying, the 70mm IMAX versus digital IMAX, which I don't know what that is. Fed says, again, the Green Knight is not my favorite telling of that tale. I don't even remember what the tale was about. The Green, oh yeah, well, I guess it was a tale about the Green Knight. Similar reasons as Nolan, but I gave that one an 8 out of 10. Charlie's saying, I'm good, thanks. And you, what do you think of the FX5 so far then? Matty would notice your studio footage was not shot on an FX5. David Lowery directed it. Have I seen any of his other films? I'm not sure. So Charlie, I would say the people in my chat community are not fans of the FX5. So just off the board or off the bat, it seems like there's a few things that people here are not big fans of. I'm not technically adept enough or experienced enough to really say, to be honest. Like I said, the only time I've ever been exposed to a quote-unquote cinema camera has been my Nikon ZR. So I'm not really sure if I'm the best person to really give a proper thought on that. But anyways, you asked for my thoughts. There are certain features of it which I'm like, oh man, that sounds really exciting. They mentioned the 16-bit RAW compared to what I shoot with the 12-bit. I did make the comment that, like, it was noticeable shooting from a 10-bit to a 12-bit. So I was like, wow, what could it mean if you're going from 12 to a 16? I think Fed in the chat had made a good pushback to that, where it's like, at some point there is a diminishing return. So perhaps that leap in terms of like getting to the trillions worth of like the differences in color, it might not actually be that noticeable for most projects, possibly. But I'm curious to see, like, if it's got higher dynamic range. Those kinds of things always excite me for the types of shoots that I do where I'm traveling. So you're always in dynamic environments, the lighting constantly shifts. So anytime I can have a higher range, that's great. It's got triple base ISOs. That sounds pretty, pretty badass. So I'm assuming it does really well in low light. What were the other key things about it? I think those are the two things I think sounds most exciting about the camera. The thing though that offsets all of that is it costs $6,000 all in, that plus a top handle to get the 32-bit float. So that's like a bit wild to me, at least in my world, to think about like spending that kind of money compared to, like, I'm super happy with the ZR. Like, yeah, I feel I can get proper quality out of the ZR. So is it worth spending 3 times as much? If it's I don't even want to say marginal. That's probably not fair to the Sony FX5. I'm sure it is a drastic improvement to what I'm shooting now with the ZR. Oh yeah, it's got open gate, right? So they talk about that whole open gate 5K. It does shoot, what did they say, like 4K, was it 4K 240 frames? It might have been 4K 240 with certain caveats, or I think it's waiting for a firmware update. So those kind of things, like, for sure, that's exciting. So really nice features. The question just comes down to, is it worth the cost of $6,000? Charlie says, the FX5 is worrying me after I just bought the ZR. Nikon can stay ahead once they release the firmware update. Maybe if we had an EVF that can go in the hot shoe, then that would be cool. Listen, man, I'm not that worried at all. I always say this, but like, I love, you know what? I was just working on another behind the lens episode for my YouTube channel where I talk about how we should be embracing failure, right? And there's a broader story to it all. But I talk about my wrestling career when I was growing up, and like, you know, it requires how many analogies are there, right? Whether you're top of the hill, king of the hill, whatever, or if you're in a foot race and if you're at the front, if you have no one that you're chasing after, you never know how fast to run, right? And it allows people behind you to catch up to you because they can see, they have a tangible target to chase after. And if you're in the front, you have nothing to go off of to know how fast you should be going or if you should be going faster at all. So I think like competition's always great, you know, as long as you're not cutting corners and stuff. And in many regards, I think the ZR is that's a result of the competition and probably Nikon feeling like they had a fire lit under their ass where it's like, oh, it's now or nothing type thing. And so here comes the ZR. They make some crazy, bold, you know, risky decisions, let's say. Like the cost was one of them. Like what? 2,000 something? Okay. But it's paying off, right? So every time, and then Sony's responding, and so hopefully they come out with better quality stuff like this FX5, and then Nikon has to respond as well. So it's like, listen, bring out the best in everyone. And we as consumers shouldn't be too worried then. I don't think so. Like do not worry, Charlie. You're gonna get, there's you know, there's a lot of runway now for this with the ZR series. BD says, I really wish Christopher Nolan would take the time to do an Atmos mix for Dolby Cinemas in the home. IMAX 6-track and Dolby Surround doesn't give the film justice, in my opinion. That is more than I know. I don't have surround speakers or anything when I watch my movies. Lowry did a Ghost Story and Pete's Dragon. He also did a couple episodes for the Skeleton Crew Star Wars series. I haven't seen any of that. Charlie says, I've used the Komodo and a Red Dragon. You can't beat 16-bit. But yeah, I think you do get diminishing returns past 12-bit. There is a difference, though. Fed says, unless you need 240 frames or really need another stop of dynamic range with lousy rolling shutter, it's not really worth it buying all new lenses, etc. Yeah, the 240 is more... Actually, yeah, that is extreme. I'm just thinking from a wildlife perspective. Obviously, having the access to shooting faster frame rates is always welcome. And then it's just a question of how much light are you allowing in, and yeah, that's the main thing. The file size. BD says, I get the point of not being able to really control QC. Is that quality control? QC of the mix in every single listening environment in object-based formats compared to channel-based formats. But come on, man. Fed says, yeah, there's a difference between 12 and 16-bit is definitely diminishing returns. A race. Charlie says a race is a good analogy. Yeah, I think a race... That's probably the best one. There's a reason I think people use it, right? He is just so frustrating on certain things, says BD. Who, Christopher Nolan? Fed says, is it worth $4,000? You could get a Panasonic S1 Mark II for those $4,000, which can nearly do all of what the FX5 does, and still have money left for a lens or two. That's what I'm saying, right? Without knowing anything about the Panasonic, I'm just referring to my world of a ZR. If I can spend $2,000 on a ZR, what can I do with $4,000 extra? Right? I can build out the full kit. I get the full cage and the handles and everything else to you know, film properly. I can get a nice, you know, external monitor as well if I want. I can get a nice proper gimbal. I can get those 1 terabyte. I can get 2 terabyte, you know, XQD or CF Express Type B cards. I can, yeah, like the amount of things you can upgrade from an accessory standpoint while still like. And then like, yeah, sure, is the quality not as great as the FX5 on paper or whatever? Or there's certain features that are amazing about the Sony FX5? Yes. But then is the reduction in some of those qualities worth the fact that now I've got a full-on kit? I've got the proper gimbals and this and that and there, everything. Whereas I'm assuming if you get the Sony FX5, so you said what, $4,000 for the body, $2,000 for the top handle, then you got to buy the cage, and you're on the same starting point now, just $4,000 more expensive, right? So Fed says, we will see. Nikon already has the red arsenal of cameras, yeah. I'm hoping that the FX5 does kick Nikon into gear a little bit, though. Even if the firmware is not yet ready, I'd like to hear a little update on how it's going, yeah. I agree on all fronts. Ugh. How many more photos do I have left from this series? So we got this tipping car shot. Maybe I'll do one of the verticals. Then we've got the kids as we're driving forward. More kids. Okay, so I still got a whiles to go. I think that means probably today, this is where we will end the stream, because now it is almost 11 p.m. I haven't had dinner yet. I want to play a bit of that Pal World. I freaking hate saying that word, though. I like that video game, the World of Pals. I just hate... Is there a word for when the alliteration sucks? Or like, yeah, it's like slurring the words together. Anyways, I think, yeah, I just want to chill now. We will see. Oh yeah, so we'll see with the red Arsenal. Yeah, listen, I think we're all excited. You can get the red Komodo X for about $1,000 more than the FX5. Man, I really do need to try to shoot with those cameras. Okay, well, listen, guys, thank you very much. Where's my cats? We got Nala to join us today. Let me say hi to her. Everyone say hi to Nala. Look at her. What a queen. Yes, ma'am. Cyronius says, GG, good stream, sir. Thank you very much, Cyronius. I appreciate it. Thanks for being here. Cat and Candle says, have a good one. Charlie says, very true. I've always been a Nikon fan and a Red user, so I love that they are together now. Yeah, listen, best of both worlds. Okay, Nala's got her love. Appreciate it, guys. Thanks for your love as well. What is tomorrow? Tomorrow's Thursday. Yeah, so tomorrow I will be streaming. Let's see if I can actually stream at 6 p.m. my time this time. I was better today, right? We did stream around like 6:45 or so, I think. So we'll see if we can keep it up. All right, thank you guys. I'm super hungry. I just need to grab some food now. So thank you.